Hello and welcome back to yet another stream. Today we're gonna be doing just getting in the game. Get in the game. That's what we're gonna be doing today. Dial-off? No, thank you. Chernobyl tester 1986. You see, we have yesterday we were looking at aromatic hydrocarbons as though they are some strange alien compound that we have no idea how to fucking use. And we figured out that, oh, yes, they are some strange alien compound that we don't fucking know how to use to get rid of them. We need to commit genocide to the aromatic hydrocarbons, and because they are going to clog up all of my fucking machinery. What's that SCP where, like, there's an SCP where they what is it called? It's like these furnaces, like a crematorium, but people come out of it. Some spooky stuff, man. Some spooky stuff. What the fuck? What the fuck is this tree growing so fucking tall, bro? Holy shit. Holy shit. I didn't think trees could grow this fucking tall. It's okay, we're gonna fix it today. This is a sad moment, guys. This is a very sad moment. I'm doing my factory's job for it. What the fuck? Kill those damn leaves in there, brother. Holy shit. So we have tasks to do, but we could just not do them. No, we have to do them, but it's really easy. It's really easy to do. So what we're gonna do is we have to figure out how the fuck that shit keeps breaking down and solve it. In other words, we have to do the impossible today. And that might not sound super difficult, but let me assure you how difficult it is. Okay, you've been assured. So now let's go ahead and get fucking started on the task that's gonna be so fucking difficult and complicated. It'll take us 6,000 years to figure out. I can assure you that. Hurry up and make more sawdust, brother. Yes, because all this aromatic hydrocarbons is clogged. That's the problem, is the aromatic hydrocarbons. Now, we also produce apples and oranges. No, apples and trees. But those apples and trees, right? You see, this is a recipe for disaster. Or you could say it is a recipe for something absolutely diabolical. Which I can make happen. What the holy shit? Trees are growing through my damn wall. This is fucking disgusting. This is sad, guys. Okay, we need to actually buff up this wall because it's fucking not strong enough to withstand a fucking tree, apparently. This is God's great gift. Nature. Trees. But now they're fucking destroying all my shit. I could have never known. If only I did know in advance that they could do that shit. I actually did know they could do that shit. I just forgot about that. Fuck. Mother Nature. Man's greatest enemy. Have you ever wanted a tornado in your backyard? Congratulations. Do you want weeds in your pavement? Congratulations. Man has been fighting Mother Nature since the beginning of time. And continues to do so, even to this day. That could be like a great like prompt for like an essay. Man's war against Mother Nature. 50 gallons of weed killer later and it's still fucking there. You can chop off the weed's head one time, but 10 more heads will grow back. And now, Mother Nature's fighting me in Minecraft. How the fuck have we gotten this far? Who invented such advanced complexity into Minecraft? Who did it? And at this time, I don't have the answer. But when I do, they're gonna pay. Because this is disgusting. This is absolutely terrible. I'm just over here trying to make an automatic tree farm, guys. And then all of a sudden, my trees are... I thought it was nighttime, but no. Oh, actually it is. Actually it is. You know, it's actually so interesting. It's actually so interesting. We've been fighting so long to make our yards look nice, but then we've invented so many, you could say, weapons equivalently. It's like, maybe there's war in everything and you just don't notice it until you start thinking, oh, hang on a second. Like, why even bother mowing your grass? What's the point? What is the point? Other than the homeowners association. They're gonna kill you. Trust me. They're coming for your blood. No, they exist to enforce Mother Nature's policies. But here I am. And now all of a sudden, trees are fucking destroying my shit. Like weeds in pavement. Okay, is this gonna be fine? Or is any tree gonna be able to somehow magically grow sideways through all my bullshit? We don't have homeowner associations here. I've never honestly been in a homeowner association, but the city used to tell me to, well, they would tell my family to tell me to mow the grass when I was a kid. And that was a pretty awesome experience. Yeah, your grass gets like 2 inches too tall, and all of a sudden they'll be coming and saying, leaving a note on your door saying, "Hey, cut your grass, buddy." They're outgrowing my wall. This is another problem. They're going over it. How do I stop that? Maybe we should just hire a team of specially selected agents to make sure that even though they're going over it, and then we can name them after something super common, like dirt. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, I resonate with that. Why should somebody else be able to tell me what I can do in my own home? I resonate with this statement. I kind of don't like a lot of things about like different policies and things, but there's nothing I can do about it. I mean, you kind of can do shit with politics, but like, I don't like if I were to become a politician, I don't know what I would do. I don't really have any real... I mean, I could change things. Could change the world. But... would I even want to do that? Like, what would I even change? I'm more of a military thinker when it comes to, like... I've probably just changed a lot of like military aspect of things. I don't know. There's a lot of like everybody is like, oh, every politician out there is like, they got their like little shtick, like, oh, I'm gonna do this shit, I'm gonna do this shit, I'm gonna do this shit, and then they have, see, policy is a part of this big puzzle of the like human dynamics, and human dynamics are a complex subject that like. Well, I call it human dynamics because that's what I describe it as. It's the human aspect, the human nature of anything. Like in warfare, the human dynamic is the reason warfare is unpredictable and you can't know necessarily what your enemy's doing or things can change. And that's I always like there's when there's people who think about it, right? They like philosophers and things, but they say that military like theory is or like what is war? Like they would just the nature of war. What is it? And I say it is the human dynamic, which is something I think common to what other people have said in the past before I have. It's not just that I have said it's the human dynamic, it's that other people before me have too said this exact same fact to be what the nature of war could be, is the human dynamic. And that human dynamic factor is really, I believe, the driving factor for it. That's out of the scope of like what I was talking about before. But policy is a part of war because of that. It's in a book I've been reading by Colonel Charles S. Oliviero. He writes that a model for military theory, which is basically every block of it is a foundation for the next layer. And it starts with theories, philosophies, and then policies. Those are like the first three things. And you build... Or actually, I think it was philosophies, theories, and then policies. But each of them is important. And you build from one to the next one. So like, you don't have a philosophy unless you have a... Or you don't have a theory unless you have a philosophy. And you don't have a policy unless you have a theory on it. And so on and so forth. And obviously, policies are probably the responsibility of a politician to make those policies, probably. But also, yes, high-level military leaders can make policies too. It's interesting. I'm gonna pull out my notebook so I can actually explain what the policies and shit are, because I forgot. I'll admit. Yeah, it goes philosophies, theories, and policies. And a philosophy is the bedrock of military theory, is what he says. So basically, it is the key of it. So like, it's the most important piece, because the lowest piece of building the next layer is going to be more important than the next layer. So philosophy is more important than theories, and theories are going to be more important than philosophy, or theories are more important than policies. And policies are more important than strategies, because his model goes up to TTPs, which are basically the tactics on the ground, and strategies come before campaigns and TTPs. So a TTP is pretty much how you fight on the ground, and you can do with that information. But if you don't really know much about tactics or like how people fight, like none of this will make sense. It only makes sense like if you have a fundamental, or like if you have an an understanding of what even military fighting is, or like stuff like that. So like it's kind of me explaining it to you. It's not gonna make sense unless I explain to you how to actually conduct tactics or how to go fight somebody. And then I tell you all about like fields of fire and things. Because then you start to understand that there's more to just the book than the words in the book. There's actually aspects of it. Like the tactics on the ground are very complicated. And the first chapter of his book is dedicated to strategies and the relationship of strategy and what is it? Tactics? Strategy and tactics, yes. They're related through operations, according to him. So, the operation is the medium through which a strategy can influence tactics, in his own words, almost. I don't think he used the word influence, but I would say can change tactics, is probably what he said. He did say that, though. He did say something along the lines of what I said, so. God dang it, more trees are growing through my fucking shit. But obviously, like, this kind of leads into some more stuff. Like, if you don't, I'd highly recommend, if you learn tactics, if you learn how to actually understand what tactics are, then you can read The Art of War and it will make sense. I never understood The Art of War, and I read it 7 times between when I was in, when I first got it, when I was in like 7th grade, and now. And now I actually understand the meaning behind everything in The Art of War. The Art of War makes sense now, because I can understand that when he's talking about terrain, he's not just talking about, like, terrain. He's talking about where you put your machine gun to do shit. Your fields of fire. Like, it has more understanding the more you know about military tactics and things. And Sun Tzu is a great book to read, because the war never changes, right? Like Fallout 4. Like, war never changes. So, the nature of war has never changed, and it's been millions of years of war. Humanity is pretty much based on war. It's a key feature of humanity is war. Like, if you were an alien race and you saw humanity, you would just see, oh wow, they've just been conducting war. That's why we're the best at it. Humanity is the best at war and conducting it and destroying each other and doing absolutely terrible things. And why are we good at being evil, you could say? I have no clue. It's just part of humanity, right? Humans are evil. But that's not a bad thing. That's just to say that why are we evil for? Is it we're evil for the right reasons, or are we evil for the wrong reasons? And like, this is like a good thing to think about. Like, for me, it's kind of entertaining to think about it. But I think you can do the wrong thing for the right reason, or you could do the right thing for the wrong reason, and such. However, so with war, like Karl Marx said, war is one side trying to pretty much influence or like exert one's will onto another. I actually don't think he said that. I don't know if he said that, but he did say something along those lines. Somebody said something along those lines. I don't know if it was Karl Marx. Karl Marx did think about war and stuff, because he was a political thinker. And if you're going to think about politics, then you're also going to think about the nature of war, probably. Because it's all related. It's kind of, you can't do good politics unless you understand how to prevent war and how to conduct war. But that's why I like talking about all of this, is because it's so interesting to me. All of this knowledge and thinking about it is very interesting. But you can like, humanity is evil, right? Like I said, humanity is evil and conducts war regularly. There's even wars you don't even know about, that I don't even know about even. There's war everywhere, and it's just the human nature of it. Anyway, back to the seven, like his military theory by Colonel Charles S. Oliviero. Political leaders drive. Where's the section where I wrote down about his how it's all related, how it actually works? So campaigns establish courses of action to enact these strategies. Tactics are low level. In order, tactics are a low level means of achieving goals. Campaigns establish courses of action to enact these strategies. Strategies are plans of action to achieve high level goals. Policies are parameters within which leaders can I can't even read my own handwriting. That's how you know you have good handwriting. You're very smart, because you can't read it. You have doctor handwriting. Can and will behave. Okay. So parameters with which leaders can and will behave are policies, and theories are a compilation of principles and premises to something, to aid in understanding, and philosophies are underlying beliefs upon which a society, including armed forces, bases all that it does. So at the lowest level is the philosophies, and the philosophies are more important than theories, and philosophies are the building block for everything else. So now, like, we have like he's got a model. Like, this model looks like, I'd highly recommend going and reading it for yourself, because it's a great book to read. It's been highly entertaining for me to read it, but it's probably not going to be highly entertaining for you to read it. I don't know. But that's his entire 7-piece model, and there's more to it than that. Like, I didn't explain every part of that model, and I haven't even read that far in the book yet, and I already understand a lot of it. What he's saying is, like, the nature of war is in his model, probably. But I'm gonna sum down the nature of war. It's just the human dynamics, and that is like to say, humans are spontaneous, but also make sense, because humans act based on what inputs they are given in random ways. Not random all the time. Sometimes it's highly predictable. You can see that in marketing, where humans are able to predict each other. Like, Mark Zuckerberg can predict what you want by by monitoring your every action, and be like, okay, well, now this guy wants, or this person on this platform is looking at these things. We should put these ads up on our website or page. They can do that really effectively, because humans aren't entirely unpredictable. And that's part of the human nature, is that humans act based on certain things in certain ways. And it's all psychological in that aspect. But sometimes humans are highly predictable, because, well, humans are always highly predictable, but are also highly spontaneous too in nature. And that's why war is dynamic, because humans are dynamic. And if you were to say that extends to pretty much everything else, you would not be wrong, because you can look at every other thing on the planet and say, this is dynamic too. And you could also say that nature itself is dynamic. We can't predict nature. And if you look at physics, physics are also pretty dynamic as well. However, you can predict them if you're smart enough. And from that, you now have a model that includes the nature of people, nature itself, and science, which are all very important things together. And that all combines into how war is conducted and how war works. Because war is an extension of human science as well. Like, you see, you don't get like new technology without war, and you need new technology to put into war. It drives a lot of science into it. Like, with war, we have gotten penicillin and all kinds of great new inventions. I mean, it doesn't sound great because now it's not even new. It's old now, but back in the day, that was new stuff, and I'm sure those people back in the day enjoyed the new benefits of that, but also really hated the wars that they had to fight in. So, what we need to do, like most of our significant advances were through wartime, like nuclear power and advanced surgery. Yes. Like anesthetics as well. That's another thing. Like, I think war isn't just like human dynamics or related just into humanity. It can also be related to science. But science is a human thing too. Humans want better science. So you could say that because humans exist, we want better science, and then that's why we wage war. Which completely changes how that looks on paper now. Because it's not just, oh, human nature. It's just, now it's actually human goals can drive it. But that's also a part of human dynamics, because human dynamics is the umbrella of every aspect of human nature. Like, or you could just say human nature. Human nature is, we want to progress ourselves. War is our method of progressing ourselves, because we shoot a guy who doesn't want our same goals, right? We go to fight another country because they don't have the same beliefs or goals as us. And I think religion is a driving factor in war, too. Like, you can see that different religious groups throughout time, especially recent history, have wanted different things, and it doesn't necessarily line up with another person's belief, and then they go to war. This is a very common one, because I think religion is super highly a part of that human nature. It's like, I'm not sure. I want to talk about something else, but I don't even know. This is like the only interesting thing we've been talking about this stream. It is the most interesting thing, though, is like all of that. Maybe I guess we could talk about different strategies and things. Like, there's only so much I can say about it, because like, I feel like I'm just reiterating things I've already said. It means I just don't have enough knowledge to actually finally put all of the pieces into position to understand it. I've actually been learning about radios for civilian grade stuff. The UV5R, which is a ham radio that is literally able... It's $20, and you can quite literally like carry it in your pocket. It's that small. It's that small. But it's just... It's got a range of 20 miles. in the right conditions, which is interesting. I mean, I do radios. It's not my main job, but I do radios in the military. So when it comes to civilian radios like that, like that's interesting to me that you can make something that small that has quite a long range. Like I'd like to get into civilian radios, get my ham radio license and all that. But that's for my own project I'm working on. It's gonna be good. It's an interesting project. A movie called Frequency. Sounds interesting. The main reason I'm getting the radios is to go play some airsoft. That's what I'm gonna do when I go home for Christmas. I'm gonna play some airsoft with my friends. It's gonna be awesome. Conduct airsoft. Okay, let's do it. Which is a part of another plan, but that's out of the scope of what I'm going to talk about here. So, airsoft is going to be an important part of that. Well, I think we've cordoned the trees well enough that they can't escape. So I think this is good. We're gonna stop every tree from getting out of there. But I actually am impressed with how cheap they are. What I need is to get a headset for them, because they're not gonna work super well when if we can attempt to conduct like ambushes and stuff. But that's a thing, is that with signals and things, we could use other methods besides radios. Like we use hand and arm signals, but they're banned here. That's sad. Airsoft is such a great sport. Well, I say it's a sport, really, I guess it is a sport. We're gonna take down this refinery because this is a mess. Yeah, I'm gonna use airsoft to pretty much test out some ideas I've been working on, which on paper seem sound, but because I don't have the actual manpower to test them here, what I'll do is I'll just go home and test them and figure out if they work or not. And then if I figure out that they work, then I can begin the next step of my plan. Or if they don't work, I can refine them, so that way I can continue onwards with my plan. Which is pretty simple to pretty much make the world's best airsoft team. It's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna have the world's best airsoft team. It's all I think about really now. It's such an awesome idea, but at the same time, I don't really know how other people would see my idea. Other people's perspectives and opinions matter more than mine, so if the right people have the wrong ideas about it, it's bad. Oh my goodness. See, this is the problem, is that we have all of this processing for all of the oil and stuff in the world. But what we don't have is what we really need, which is a way to actually make valuable stuff and import it into the build over here. Like, to make all the stuff. They often call innovators insane. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not even my place to make tactics and things. I just see that what I see is the same tactics have been used for so long that they are not going to work now. And on the modern battlefield, it's changed a lot. Because I've watched videos of what's going on in Ukraine and all of that. I keep up with that very often, and I see that that's going to be one of that's probably the next conflict that we're involved in because of what's going on right now with Russian backing in Venezuela and all of that. And that's a scary thing because I know that a lot of the people that I know are going to die in that conflict. I can already ensure that because the tactics we use have been the same for over 50 years. And that's just a fact. And the war is not just the same, oh, let's go fight insurgents with less weaponry than us. No. Now it's, we're going to go fight somebody with equally good stuff as us, but now also drones, too. Which is terrifying, because you know what those can do? $5,000 worth of drone and RPG can go blow up and destroy a tank. Now, it might take more drones than it would take a javelin, but it's pretty devastating to see what they can do. And now it's all attritional based, so like, it's not even about the quality of the men that you have. It's about like how many men you have to go fight. It's not about the discipline of the men, it's about how many of them you have. And it's going to be a bad conflict. And there's also stuff heating up everywhere in the world. Like, if you look at it, you can see the workings of the next war already in, like, everything. Like, you can see that what I say probably can happen is with all of the unrest in the United States and everything that's going on in South America, especially with Russian involvement there, we're going to probably see a world war, but it's not going to be a nuclear war, hopefully. It's probably just going to be fought with sticks and stones, again, as it's always been done. No need for new powerful super weapons like nukes and shit. Maybe. It's definitely got it's in the woodwork. It's definitely something that's happening, and I can see it. You can see it's got all the hallmarks of like World War I. Like, with all the civil unrest in the United States, I see that we enter the war, right? And it's like the Russian Revolution happens in the United States, probably. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that it'll be a little different. Instead of it being an inside influence, it's going to be an outside influence that is the revolution. It's going to be a third party that is probably actuated by the enemy. Like, what is the word? Basically, in fourth generational warfare, there's this concept of not necessarily fighting with weapons, but fighting by delegitimizing parties on the inside. Like, once you've got enough... This is guerrilla tactics, technically, but... Once you have enough... Yeah, exactly. But it's more than that. Like, you could supplant a party into power. That's like what the CIA has tried to do. And if you can supplant a party into power, that changes how the war is going to be fought and everything. Because now, it's not just going to be a fight with weapons. It's going to be a fight of the wit. Who is the smartest? And it's not going to be good. Because there's already so much division within the political system in the United States. Like, if we can't get like everybody on the same page and together, how are we gonna go fight a conflict? And you can see a lot of like aspects of World War II in it as well, with how certain political leaders are acting. But either side is no good. I don't necessarily agree with either side. The only thing I like is that I get paid more. Or, yeah, I only like things that are going to benefit me. So I don't really want to have to choose between who's good and who I think is good and evil. I don't really care about that. I just care about getting paid more. That's selfish, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Whoever's gonna pay me more should be in office, is in my opinion. Because if I get paid more, I'm happy. But I'm not gonna get into like the aspect of what I actually think about that, because I don't even care about it. It's not something that bothers me. It does impact me, but it doesn't. It's not gonna. I've never been bothered by like politics. I don't really want to interest myself into, oh, this side, he said, she said, this side good, this side bad, because that's, meh. They're all equally bad, but I'd say it's just being realistic, not selfish. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely given me the funds I need to make the world's best airsoft team. But the airsoft team, I feel, falls into this great puzzle of warfare. Because when all of that kicks off, if it kicks off, there will be people trained in how to conduct war, a guerrilla war, effectively in the United States. Which is the idea. That's to say that, not necessarily why I would want that, but it's just to say that if China invades, they will have good luck. Or if Russia invades, they will have good luck to try to take anything. Because I will have the ultimate fighting force to hold the ultimate amount of ground. See, we won't need to have... We could literally have just civilians holding ground. It's historic. You can see in history with, like, the Revolutionary War in the United States and all of that. It's pretty much exactly what it would be like, except it's not. I'm not gonna call it Minutemen. I'm gonna call it like something cool, something actually cool. And the tactics are way different from what a lot of people teach already. Tactics are very different. That's why I'm developing the tactics anyway. I can't actually apply them to my job, probably. I say probably because nobody actually knows that I have developed tactics. And because of that, nobody knows that I have interesting tactics that could be applied. And even if they did know, odds are they will not accept my tactics as being real. Because, as you said earlier, people don't always believe innovators are sane, or like, you know what I mean? Like, they believe innovators are insane. And it's blasphemy to say something sucks and that you need a new idea. That's why I'm making the airsoft team of all time. Is because at the end of the day, when that happens, there will be people trained to defend in the modern battlefield. Not just, because I'm pretty sure the potential of that happening is so slim, and I don't think it will ever need to be, I don't think we'll ever need to have that. But at the same time, I'd like to make it anyway, because it's just fucking cool. It's cool guy shit. but in home. The Home Defense Force, HDF. I don't think we're going to call it that, though. This is going to have a cool name. The other idea was to make it like a paramilitary group, but now I see it as more of a defense force. Instead of an offensive tool, it's a defensive tool. What was I saying about like how I was thinking something about how right now with how politics and everything is, like a third party from the outside could supplant itself into the United States is what I see, which is kind of, it sounds scary when I say it with everything else I've said, but I'm just saying what's realistic. Like somebody outside of the United States could supplant a third party into power, and that's because of all of the division. Like right now, like if I was an outside power, what I would want to do is just divide as much as possible. The more you can divide people, then it kind of makes it hard to actually put somebody in a power, because unless you can get that person to unify them all together and bring them all together, that's the problem, I think. That's why that's not really happened, or not really capable of happening, is because even if you wanted to, you probably can't bring everybody together with how much division there is. But that's interesting that it is theoretically possible, would be theoretically possible to put somebody into power right now, just to supplant somebody into power. It's something to think about, really. I don't necessarily understand if it is possible. I think it is, but I don't know if it's possible or not. It's interesting. Like, I don't know who could bring people together. Like, it's got to be a person who is capable of doing that. But at this time, it's not really something I know for a fact who could do. Because everybody has their own ideas and different theories and different aspects about themselves, which creates more and more division. So I wonder what exactly is common amongst all people. Because then, if I had that information, I would have the answer to the problem. But the thing is that there's nothing common, at least to what I can see, between everybody. So therefore, that makes it practically impossible for, well, incredibly difficult for anybody outside to put some... Maybe? I'm not even going to say it if I could think of it. Even if I could think of it, I don't think it's safe to say what would be the unifying factor. But I think everybody on this planet has something in common to some degree. It's just finding out what that would be. Because I don't know. Once you have that, it would change everything. It's like the keys to the car. It's the keys to the car, but I don't want to give it out for free. If I had it. And I don't have it, because I can't think of that. It's not even something I can think about very effectively. It's something so complicated, not even I can understand what it would be that unifies people. Brings them all together. Maybe that's a common hatred for one enemy, but that's... The only way you get that is through... well, that outside party could make itself seem like the unifying force against that enemy. That would be one way I could see it. Is to make both other four parties into enemies, and then that third party does that. But that is, I mean, that would work. That's easier said than done, though. It's easier on paper than actually doing it in reality would probably be. And these are the types of things I wish I could do for my job. Is actually just be like, well, we could. That'd be cool. That'd be dope. But I don't think I'm ever gonna have a job like that. Would definitely be something at it. Sun Tzu says the art of war is of great importance to the state. Literally the first sentence in this book. But if it's the first sentence, it means it must be the most important, because everything that follows it is just an addition to it. That's him explaining himself in the rest of the book. And the rest of his treatise on the art of war. Art of War is my favorite book. I like that book so much. But I got a bunch of other books coming. I might like those ones too. Who knows? Because if you read more books, you can become more smarter. And if the more smarter you can become, the more dangerous you can become too. And I don't want to be dangerous in the sense of bad things necessarily, but just want to learn. Because it progresses my career, obviously. The more I learn, the more my career progresses. And so, the more I learn, and the more people see of it, boom, that's the more dangerous I'm becoming. Is to be pretty much to my opponents, or pretty much they are my opponents. Like, you can see the guy to your right or left as your opponent, and you're just trying to beat him in the race of who's better and who's gonna win. Because that's all it's about. Who is the best, who's gonna win, who shines the most out of all of the coal, you could say. And it's, you know, like, nobody sees me as being actually good at anything. Because they're all... This is what I hate. Because I look up and I go... Some of these guys suck. And it's at the, like, the most important level that the leaders kind of suck. Is like... And I reason that this is because they are very undisciplined. Very much, to explain it, a lot of them boast about things, and a lot of them, like, they don't really value their men as they should. Which is what I look at and go, wow, this guy sucks. This guy sucks if he doesn't care about his guys. That's the most important level, is the team leaders are the most important level of leadership. It's the level that needs to... What are the words? They need to defend their men. They need to take care of their men. They need to, you know, train, educate, provide the resources, and make sure that their guys are good. But they don't do those things because some of them, they're self-centered, they boast a lot, and in some cases, and I'm saying some as in not all, because not all of them are bad. But it's that team leader level that needs to be, like, what are the words? To, there's a word for it, but it's in, like, the back of my mind. To like, kind of... advocate for their men, yes. They need to be advocating for their guys, but they don't do that. And then they put their guys after themselves, which is the lowest form of how that should be. Because even in their creeds it says that they should be putting guys before themselves. Like their men are supposed to be more important. Their soldiers are supposed to be more important than themselves. Yet they still will put themselves before their soldiers. So like that's why I hate that kind of leadership, because that is not good in my opinion. And then they pat themselves on the back about it. And I'm gonna speak out about it because I have nothing to lose. I don't care. It bothers me so much to see such bad qualities in people. Yet, if I were there myself, because of how they treat me, I would probably treat them the same way if I was above them. It's all about... But I don't know, because I would like to say that I would do better. And I know guys who would do better. But that team leader level is the most important level of leadership, because they're supposed to advocate for their men. But not only that, they lead their men into battle. They are at the lowest level what's actually getting the shit on the ground done. They're actually making sure shit happens. The squad leader level, they're supposed to be more of like the radio guy. They shouldn't have to be that level of, all right, well, what does our guys need and what is this and that and this other thing? They shouldn't have to do that. That should be the team leaders. But there's still some connect between the squad leader and the team leader to the men, but there should not be like, it shouldn't be the squad leader doing all those things that the team leader should be doing. Or maybe that's not bad. Maybe it's not bad. But what it is poorly done. It's not necessarily... I just had the thought in my mind and it's now eluding me. But you could explain it as like this. Like, give me a few minutes to calculate the thought again. I had the idea. But it's not bad. Or maybe it's not good. But it's not bad either. It's like poorly done. In other words, it's bad without saying it's bad. Alright, we're taking out this wood here for some reason. So what, this makes coal oil? I want to find a different route through coal oil. They just... No, I'm gonna just go back to what I was previously saying, where they're just bad at the team leader level. Because if the team leader is not advocating for their guys and making sure that their guys are squared away, then the squad leader is probably doing that, or somebody above them. But it could potentially be that nobody's doing that. And yet they're still saying, oh, I'm good at this, I'm gonna pat myself on the back. But that's not to say that they're not squaring away their guys. I think they are squaring away their guys, but they're not really understanding the principles of... No, that's not it. That's not the problem. They're doing what they need to do, but they're doing the wrong things at the same time. And that doesn't make sense to me. How can you both do the right thing, but also actively be doing the wrong thing too? I mean, it makes sense that you can do both, actually. That makes a lot of sense that you can do both. It makes more sense than the other methods that I was thinking that they are bad. So, it's good to have this idea. But, because it actually makes a lot more sense. Like, oh, because you could do the wrong thing, but also... Like, I'd rather have somebody that does the right thing for the wrong reason. Like, but that's just what I would say. I would say I want somebody who's going to do the right thing for the wrong reason. No. Yeah. Or no. Do the right thing, or do the wrong thing for the right reason. But they're not even doing that. They're just doing the wrong thing because it's better for them. It's kind of, I feel like I'm struggling to talk about it because I'm not even sure. It means I know nothing, so I should probably shut up. But no, I've actually seen with my own 2 eyeballs how stupid some of them are. I'm gonna call them stupid, but they're really uneducated. That's not it. They're not stupid, they're just uneducated. Because nobody's called them out on their shit. And it's not like you can just walk up to one of them and be like, hey man, I hate you and here's why. Because you suck. Or they don't suck, you have to elaborate more than that. But like if you walked up to that would be a bad day. I'm just saying. It's like giving somebody too much power. And then even when you tell them that here's why you suck, they're not gonna self-reflect and make the improvement. And even if you gave them the reflection, they would tell you it's wrong. And that's what bothers me even more, is that, like, if I were to walk up to them and be like, hey, this is what's going on, this is what I've been told, but I'd probably just get messed up. But I don't care, because I can get messed up. I have nothing to lose, in my opinion. See, my friends have told me this because it's them who have the problems, not me. I personally just try to avoid as much stupidness as I can. But they can't do that because they're not in the same position as I am, where I have to pretty much... I have different responsibilities than them. But I'm not in a leadership position, which is why I can't just go up and be like, "Hey, man, you're not good." I mean, I could do it, and they probably wouldn't do anything. But at the same time, I think if I actually did that, they'd probably be more than a little mad and probably be like, "Oh no, you're stupid. You don't know anything. You're wrong." But at the end of the day, I'm right, and if you're not able to accept that fact that somebody lower than you might be smarter than you and be more correct about this information, then are you really good at leading? So it should be asked. It's what they should be asking themselves. Is this guy actually right? Because he may be actually telling me what I need to know, but I just couldn't find this information for myself. Or he might be giving me criticism that I never knew that I needed because nobody else has told me yet. And like, they could just be stuck in this kind of mindset that they don't actually look at themselves and reflect and go, this is what I need to be doing better. This is what I need to be doing. It's kind of, that's where it kind of like, there's a line there. Where, is it that they are just so arrogant that they're caught in their own mind and not really thinking about others? Or are they don't think about others because, like, they just don't really think about others? Or, like, what is it? What is the problem there? Why don't they care about their guys is the better question. And I think you can also root that down to how they were treated, is the same exact way. And so if you can root it down to that, then what you can do is go, well, now I kind of have an answer. Kind of have some models of how this looks, right? Because now what I'm able to see is that because of how they were treated, they are just extending it to others. It's that's not good. That is by no way good. But so now it's a question of my opinion. And this is all my opinion. But my opinion doesn't matter, right? But if they heard my opinion, they'd probably actually care, I think. But they'd care more to be like, oh, this guy is an idiot. Let's go ahead and take care of this guy. Give him the good old take him out back and figure things out. Which is not to say that they're going to do terrible things, but it's just to say that I'm going to be doing a lot of push-ups if I say this. I don't care, though, because I can... See, now I have the mindset of it is not my place to be stepped on anymore. I'm just not going to let them do it. It doesn't matter to me if they make me do push-ups. I can do infinity push-ups and then still say to them, you still are bad at this and you still don't understand because you're not willing to accept criticism. And that's bad. I think my arguments definitely would change their minds, though. I just can't go out of my way to argue with them. But I would be the best person to go do it because not only am I smarter, not only am I highly educated and smart, but I'm able to be outside of the problems. So, because I'm outside of the problems, and I'm looking in at the problems, I also don't have the best picture. So I might not be correct necessarily, because what I'm getting is from other people. But it's also the same things that I experience, and it makes a lot of sense to me. Because when I was under that same kind of team leader level, things were also just as bad. Which is to say that it's you know, I've already explained it. They don't really think about others as much as they think about themselves. Because that's how they've been trained to do. They haven't been trained to advocate for their men. They haven't been trained to do that. They haven't been trained to treat their men correctly. More as to treat their men as tools. This guy, he is the tool. He is my method to use to go conduct this task and to get these things done. They don't lead by example. And that's the most important aspect is, if you're going to send your guy to do something, you too should be doing that same thing, though you may not want to. Because it shows that you are there with your men. You're on the ground with them. It's kind of as though your responsibility is to, you know, lead your guys. It's in the word leader. If you look at the root word of a word, it says lead, to lead. Lead by example. Leader. Lead the way. You know, it's words have meanings, and they don't. If they can't understand the meaning of the word leader, think of how well they understand the words in the creed, in their creeds that they have to say. Because, and I believe that some only do it to progress their career. They don't actually care about what it actually means to be a leader. They just do it to progress their career. And it's also an extension of that, the people who are training them to become leaders also care about their career. It's a nepotism kind of thing too. Something I can hate because I've seen that before and I hate it. So in nepotism, what I mean is one person succeeds the next because of like almost not status, but because of time. Like, and that makes sense, but it doesn't make sense to choose somebody who has necessarily more time, because time does not always a good general make. In other words, even though you may be experienced, you may not be the best fit for the job. But that's another criticism I would have. And that's in the wise words of somebody else way back in the day, who I can't remember his name of. But I can actually tell you, yes, this guy did exist. Crude oil, coal, gasoline. But we need to actually get oil to this as well. That's another thing I need to do, is figure out how to get oil to it. So let's figure out what I can do with coal gasoline. But because they have longer, they have more time in the next in rank to go up. It's kind of a nepotism cycle, like almost like choosing your own guys because you know them well and you see that they have experience because it's saying to take the next step for them. But realistically, it doesn't make sense to put somebody who's not the best fit for the job in that position. And that means the next person who will be in the job will be just as unfit for that job because it will continue on and on and on and on. The cycle has to be broken at some point. But even if it isn't, for some reason it still functions. Which is to say that even though they suck, they somehow are still able to create a functioning system. And it's just negative because you push people away when you suck as a leader. Instead of leading them, you're pushing them away from you. Instead of setting an example for them to follow, you're pushing them away from you. You're kind of driving a negative change. We need new people to come in, be passionate about it, and to stay in, not be pushed away by negative leaders who it's kind of, I have to go word by word because each word is super complicated because each part of this thought hasn't even been actuated yet in my mind. I haven't actually said, hey, this is what I think about this part yet. But I'm saying this is what I think at this time about this. And you see, I'll have a different actuation or different... See, I say actuation because my mind is like a motor. It's currently doing something, but it's hard to even articulate what it's doing. The functionality is super complicated, to say the least. We don't need coal gasoline in there. Do we have kerosene? Well, to say the least, they're just not good. Because you want to keep guys in who are gonna be passionate, but then at the same time, if you push those guys away, what are you doing? Because all it takes is a poor leader to push away good working guys, or all it takes is a bad choice in a leader to push away good guys. That's why myself, I did not like it, because I didn't understand it necessarily as I do now, where I now understand that I just thought I hated my job. I thought I hated my job. And I was like, okay, I want to do something else. This is negatively impacting me. And now I understand it as that. And I'm willing to do the hard things that nobody else is going to do. It's the wrong thing for the right reason. It's the wrong thing for me to say that they are bad and to criticize them, but it's the right thing to do to say that I value my friends, so... Because my friends, they don't want to be here. And that to me is bothersome. And I tell them they could make the difference someday, but that's not going to help them. They're just going to leave anyway. They don't listen to me. They only listen to their mind. But that's the problem, is that everybody's driven by their mind. And the Sun Tzu says the moral law causes people to be in complete accord with their ruler. So as to say that if you're not willing to do what's right, people won't follow you. Or a good leader is somebody who you could follow off a cliff. And I think that the method is the moral law, the doing the right thing part. And I don't think they do that. Because again, they are some of the most self-centered people I've ever met. And I haven't met that many people that are, well, I've met a few people, but I've never met anybody that self-centered and so focused on, oh, let's go ahead and not see the world as it is. And like, let's be like, I'm just going to choose from this group of people. But that's the next step in their progression anyway. So for me to criticize the next step in a regular progression is interesting. But I have to criticize it because I'm the only one who can. But that's enough of that. Let's find something new to talk about. I think we've talked enough about that. Alright, so what do I need? I need to set up an oil refinery after that, which is gonna go here. I don't really know what to talk about next. I guess I could start talking about my tactical football playbook, but that's not gonna... See, that's not allowed to be put onto existence at this time. If you want to know, you can come ask me in person if you're interested in my football playbook. And that's inviting the wrong people, but I don't care. Ask me in person, I'll tell you. It's just really bad. It's just, I can't even stop thinking about how bad it is. I could drive the change, but nobody's gonna see it. They won't be like, yeah, I like this guy, he could do it. But I'm also self-motivated, I can't do that. Can't be the guy who's gonna go and say, well, I want to be a leader. Because if I were a leader, I would say, it's because I think I'd make a good one. But I would make a good one. Correct? Like, I probably would make a good leader. I would say that, well, you see, I would make a good leader because because these guys suck. But that's at the same time, I want to make the change. If I could be in their position, I would actually make a change and understand better than they do. Because I've been in places and I've understood things that I had to learn to understand things that I couldn't understand before. At the same time, I'd get things done because I care only about efficiency. And I say that because that is true. I only care about efficiency, really. Because, see, the faster we get shit done is the better we get to go home. And you don't always need to be like, oh, let's go ahead and give this guy 5 billion classes about the same thing over and over again. Every field event, let's do the same classes. No, you should be building every single field event. Like, you shouldn't be giving the same classes, I think. What I mean is that we don't have new guys. So then, why would we not build on what we already know? Everybody already knows this shit. Let's go ahead and build the next level. And they will keep reviewing the same classes. They will keep doing the same classes over and over and over again. Because it just doesn't make sense. I'm just gonna be honest. I mean, you should be building. But if you're not able to be building, then what the fuck are we doing? Same thing with trying to get the fitness improved is like... It's not even about how you do in like... Oh, these are like super specific though. Should not be being so specific. But they really want to get like fitness improved because a lot of the new guys do not actually take the time, is what I say is the answer. They don't actually take the time and go out of their way to do it. I don't see them do it at least. I go out of my way every day to go to the gym every single day, even if I don't want to, which lately I haven't really wanted to because I don't know. But I go there every day even though I don't want to and go do what I need to do, which is to go say that I'm going to go do this, this, and this, and the reason I do it is for my mind, so that way my mind can be stronger. New guys, the newer new guys, do not do this. I don't see them do it at least. But if you want to make people good at fitness, then you have to start looking at how you apply or how you give them that training. Because it's not always that, you know, taking them and maybe they don't have the knowledge they need to do it. Some of them just don't want to do it and don't care, which is where discipline comes into play. Discipline is a word that has two meanings. It can be a discipline of something, or it can be to supply discipline. A discipline of something as in, a discipline of science is biology or something along those lines. But a discipline, or discipline in your guys is pretty key according to everything in the, like even in the art of war. Some people will state that discipline is not as important as it was, and I would agree with this statement. You don't need high quality super soldiers that take 5 years to produce in today's day and age. You don't need that. But what you do need is people who are willing to do the right thing, is the sense of discipline. People who know how to do their job and aren't going to get everybody killed by turning on a white light in the middle of the night or doing other stupid shit like that. That is discipline, is that type of discipline. But there's also the other theory of discipline, or concept of it, which is to say that well-ordered and rule-following. I don't believe in those things. You don't need that to make a good army. You don't need that. See, if you want to make a good fighting force, not necessarily... You can look at... Okay, here's what you need to do. You just need to look at, like, Ukraine. Like, look at Ukraine. Their army is not necessarily as disciplined as the United States. Look at Russia. Their army is not really as disciplined as the United States. And what have we been doing for the past 50 years? I would say not winning wars. We just pat ourselves on the back and say we win. We win battles, not wars. So we win the battles, but then we fail to win the war. And that's partially because you cannot win an insurgency, where it's like... Insurgency operations, you can't win that. It's not something you can win. Because you're not going to win the people. And the people are the driving force for an insurgency. Unless you can fight... It's fighting a fourth generation war. But you can't do that when you're up against... You know... the entire society you're up against. Because of how they were driven in, like, GWAT era. You could see that they're driven... The people that we were up against were driven by their political beliefs and radical... religion. radical ideology. You can see that. You can't win that type of war because it's fundamentally impossible to win it. When you have to commit genocide to win that. You have to exterminate the entire population. That is not something you can do. Or, if you can't commit genocide and destroy an entire population, then you have to convince everybody to be with you besides the people who are too radical. And those people are the ones that you can then destroy. But that is all out of the picture in a large-scale conflict. And completely different. Because now, in a large-scale conflict, you can probably do a lot of destruction. It doesn't matter. You can destroy everything, probably. And because it's a large-scale conflict. Now, the thing is, with that, it may be a large-scale conflict, but it's a large-scale conflict. However, we're gonna try to fight it probably the same way. Well, no, they're making changes there. I cannot say that. What I could say is that discipline does not matter as much in such a sense when you're going up against large armies, because it takes time and effort to make disciplined and good soldiers who are... You just need somebody who's going to follow you to a T in orders and what he's told to do. And when it comes to the discipline side of, well, standards, you don't need super soldiers. I'm just saying you don't need to waste time trying to produce high quality soldiers when you need thousands of them to take one city. It's just not how it is anymore. We're stuck in the past, really, and I don't think that they realize that. Or maybe some of them do, but they don't have the power to do anything. I don't have the power to do anything. I still know that we're not going to win. Well, we're going to win, it's just going to be super bloody because we haven't learned the lessons we need to learn yet. Especially with complete idiocy. I can't really talk out about that. But it's safe to say that not everybody is understanding the truth of things and how things are. That is, I believe, a form of idiocy. Or uneducation. Misguided thoughts. Misguided ideas. Well, not misguided, it's just uneducated. Because the education provides the guide. The education shows that if we learn lessons from other places, it's important. And, again, I have no place to say any of these things. Because if I say these things, it's just going to get me into trouble. I don't care. Because I know it's the right thing to do. What's up? What's up, man? I just got done talking about, like, the world's longest list of complaints. It's just hot crude oil. Hot crude oil, perfect. I'm just going to run this as a crude oil setup for now on. Change up what we were doing before, because it did not work before. We must make changes. Doing the same thing and expecting something different is what Einstein said is stupid. So, well, that's what he said is insanity. We need to set up. So now we have that. What do we need to do next? We need to figure out where everything goes in this setup. I mean, we didn't have to use much to get to like oil or like to get to we need to get HP solvent and air and regular solvent produced. So HP solvent and regular solvent require materials that are not stupid, but just kind of it's gonna be annoying to produce it. But what I can do is import my aromatic hydrocarbons from elsewhere to make my solvent, and so on and so forth. So my wood oil is my production source to make that happen. That is why this is going to be interesting to do, because this setup doesn't need to necessarily run in the way it used to. It needs to run in a new way now, using that HP solvent to make aromatic hydrocarbons. And we also have petroleum as a method to go and make those too. Yeah, that's interesting. Cool. Okay, so we have to set this to solvent. That takes naphtha. Okay, cool. So we have a method of getting rid of naphtha. That's good. Next is light oil and heavy oil, which are two materials which are going to be interesting. The interesting parts are going to be the heavy oil, because the heavy oil gets us to that HP solvent. Light oil won't really be doing that. I think we're going to just convert light oil down to kerosene and diesel. Then take the diesel, convert it into naphtha as well. Maybe. It all depends on how that works. So, what we're going to do is we're going to take a pipe. We're going to run it over there. We're going to figure out what the fuck we're doing with this pipe. Holy shit. How am I gonna pipe this pipe over there when it doesn't want to play piping games? It wants to play stupid piping games, right? What the fuck? I'm gonna have to walk on the ground to place in some pipes. I should write books. I want to write a book someday, but every time I go to write a book, I just can't write a book. I've tried writing books, but I just can't write them. Also, when I go to take notes on shit, it's just as messy, unorganized as fuck. Like, the only way I get them organized is by doing flowcharts. It's really unorganized and all over the place, because I'll be reading one thing and I'll be like, oh cool, I like this. Oh, I'm gonna read this other thing. Oh cool, I like this. Oh, I'm gonna read this other thing. Oh cool, I like this. And it's all mixed into one page. And it's like, what the fuck are these notes? What? I can't even read my own handwriting. It's that insane. Messy and unorganized? Absolutely perfect. I wonder what the root of that problem is. We gotta get to the bottom of that. That's a good question. What the problem is there, and maybe I need to stop energy drinks. You know, energy drinks, quit energy drinks, bro. It's probably the problem. It's probably not the solution. It's the problem. Don't hit the player, hit the game. I don't know why I want to say that, but it just sounds funny. So here we go. Aromatic hydrocarbons. What the fuck? Come on, man. Do the whole fucking pipe. Whole pipeline. There we go. So now, I see that pipe, it just goes fucking wherever the fuck it wants. Puts every single fluid right into this bitch. Holy shit, look how much wood oil we're getting. Oh, actually, it's a lot of wood oil. Next, we just need to get naphtha. So now, it's all about figuring out what the fuck to do to get some fucking naphtha. Let's go ahead and... Nice. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, brother. Let's fucking go. We're gonna just start putting coal in there, so we can start making some of the coal oil and processing coal oil. I need to do some studying today for of Russian, just to continue my learning of Russian language. could speak some simple words like "hachu" is like it sounds like you sneezed, but actually means that it's the word want. Like to say, "Ya ni hachu" is I don't want. You just have to get the accent down too, because there's like diverse accents there. Пожалуйста. Да, пожалуйста. Yes, please. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brothers. Speaking some foreign language today, man. Hell yeah. Redka. Riedka? Riedka? Rarely. To say, I rarely do something. Я редко думаешь. I rarely think. What the fuck? I must be retarded or something. Oh shit, I can't say that word. Oops. Must be an idiot. Hey guys, it doesn't mean what you think it means. It just means slow. The word slow. My mind is slow. It takes me 10 hours to think of one thing. Delico. No. Deleco. No. Wait, what the fuck is going on with my coal? Where the fuck did I put my coal at? What the fuck? Where the fuck is the coal? We need a better way to process all of the bedrock ore fragments. We could just smelt them. But some of them have to be made into powder, and you can't just smelt them down, because that'd be fucking stupid. Be fucking idiocy. Hey, right? Tvi думаешь? Do you think? Why? Because it ends in sh, which means it's a question. I guess. I think that's what it means. I'm not actually sure. I don't actually understand why they put different endings on words. But what I know is that if you say utka, the next word has to end in or any words that attach to that word end with the same meanings. It's like a conjugation in French. Yes, French. The language I choose to learn in high school. Highly valuable language right there. Super useful. People speak French all the time. I wanted to learn foreign language in high school, but they just don't have the options that it really appealed to me. I was like, I don't want to learn Spanish. Everybody else learns. It's so overrated. Everybody else learns Spanish. That's stupid though, is to say, oh, I don't want to learn this. Because you know how many people speak Spanish? You know how many people speak that language? It's fucking billions. And they say the same thing about French, but the only place you're gonna go and speak French with somebody is in Africa, and I'm not gonna go there. I'm more likely to go to Mexico than Africa. But I don't even travel. I mean, I totally could travel though now. At some point. But I'm never gonna travel there though. It's not interesting to me. I like Europe. Europe's an interesting place. More likely to end, I actually am gonna end up in Europe at some point. That's why learning European languages is important. But Spanish is so common of a language. English is a nice language, though, because it is the universal language. Even if you don't know Polish, you can walk up to somebody and say, "Ah, I speak English, can you help me? I don't understand what you're saying." Poland is a country I would love to go. Because I would love to learn Polish military tactics because they sound super interesting. Somebody told me once about this thing called a Polish ambush, where you put guys on both sides of the road. However, this does not sound like a modern military tactic. This is probably more of a World War II era resistance fighting tactic. Because the same tactic was used in a attack on Wagner Group in Russia by, or no, not in Russia, but was used in Africa, because they were in Africa at one point, and then the local rebel groups were fighting them. So they were fighting this convoy, right? And what they do is following the principles of the art of war, to say it is better to take an enemy whole, right? That is one of the things that Sun Tzu has in that book, is he says it's better to take a company whole, an army whole, a battalion whole, or whatever the heck you say, you know? But it's better to take it whole than by pieces, you know? But that's what he says. And so, what they did, what Wagner Group failed to do in Africa, was they failed to take these rebel groups that were fighting whole. They were able to retreat and regroup. So what they did was they set an ambush, and it's the most cleverly done ambush I've ever seen, and it had guys on both sides. But the reason it's so clever is how they got Wagner Group to fall into this ambush, and they did it by placing IEDs on roads. So this allowed them to effectively push them into like the actual kill zone, or the road where they were going to set the kill zone, which is so ingenious, and it's something I would love to learn, because they fight super interestingly. They're so busy fighting each other, they might as well be some of the best warfighters on the planet. Because they have so much experience fighting guerrilla wars and asymmetrical warfare, which is a word used to describe a guerrilla war. Like Vietnam was an asymmetrical war. Anything that the United States has been involved in the past 50 years has pretty much been asymmetrical warfare. What is this? Oh, it's got bitumen in there. That's why it wasn't working before. Cool. It's good to know. Good to know, indeed. We're just gonna set up a bitumen cracking tower right here. Why not? But let's just say that they did. So the first IED they planted, Wagner Group kept going down the road, even though one of their trucks was taken out. And then they hit another on the road later down the road. And then they were forced to backtrack, and they took another route, which leads them into the ambush, where all of these forces that they'd been fighting were able to regroup. And so when they did that, the forces that they'd been fighting had regrouped, and a bunch of different rebel groups working together leads to a recipe for disaster, because now they have the manpower, and they've caught you by surprise, following pretty much every principle in the art of war. Like, you literally say that they just did every single aspect of what the art of war guides you to do or leads you to believe is correct in like a simple little setup that didn't need much effort for them to conduct. Which is to say, those guys know what they're doing because they've been doing it for a long time against each other. It's like gang warfare, like except to a higher level, where instead it's tribes of rebel groups that are like, oh, I hate this tribe. It's historically what they've done throughout history. You could say that they've always been just fighting wars against each other for resources and everything, because that country is just like, or that continent is literally it's literally so like, I don't know. It's full of strife and conflict throughout its history, and it's never ever had its own rule. If it like, it's never had like, they've never had a centralized government there, and that's why like it's like historically, you could view it as like they're uncivilized. However, it's not that. I believe it's that they just haven't had the time to develop their governments and things. So now that they're still in a tribal mindset, so now when they go to actually become more modern, they're still doing the tribal aspects. They never had the potential to build up because they've been under Europe and all of the strife of Europe and America for until like the 1950s, and that's when things started to fall apart. You see that anything that gets a colony becomes is a colony of a country, and then is no longer a colony, usually, typically falls apart. Except for the United States, because the United States is just goat. The United States had the founding fathers who were absolute geniuses. So they had sophisticated European people who this is different. It's different because we had people who could understand. And that's not to say that they couldn't understand, but they haven't had the time to understand, or were never taught what government should be. No, those are the wrong words. Because then it sounds like I'm saying that they should be taught how to do government. But not to say that their government doesn't work, it's just to say that they never had the time to develop it, because they've always been under European influence. And you think the Europeans and us would tell them, hey, here's how you do government, or teach them how to read? Probably not. But I don't really have a good standpoint because I don't know much about the subject. So I'm just going to say that's my theory on why that continent's so divided and they are always fighting. But they're so good at it. Like, I have to learn from them. They have a lot to teach me just by reading about them. Their tactics must be absolutely insane. Well, undisciplined tactics, to say the least. Because in disciplined warfare, you don't go out of your way to do shit like that, where you don't even set like sectors of fire or anything. It's every man for himself, set up on hills in an ambush. It's fucking genius. That's why I say warfare, modern warfare, is not meant to be disciplined, because it isn't. Like, if you look at how different groups that have beat us have fought, we just take what they do. Just take what they do and apply it to ourselves. Oh, we should fight like they do. Because what they're doing is correct. They make sense. We're just stuck in this mentality of we're fighting World War II still. Let's continue to do the same World War II stuff. What is this? Going to be steam? Steam pipe? But I do have a book coming on that, so I can learn that. This is bitumen. Cool. Cool. Okay. I mean, when you do something for a long time, you get pretty good at it. Or at least you should get pretty good at it. It's not to say that everybody gets pretty good at stuff they've been doing for a long time. I know some people that haven't, but maybe that's because they just forgot how to do it somehow. It's right here, right? Connection right here. Nice. And that goes into that thing. Cool. Dope. Like putting things in things makes sense. Cool. Do this. What we're going to do is we're going to set it with bitumen. I'm just going to go through the process of telling you all what I'm doing. Setting up oil for this setup so it actually works correctly. So now I'm cracking my bitumen and I'm getting crude oil back, so I can now set the crude oil down through the bottom of this pipe into here. This setup used a lot of piping for whatever fucking reason. I don't think I did a good job at it before. I really do wonder, did I do an actually good job, or was I just being a fucking idiot before? Answer is, I was attempting to do my best, but I decided to build a wood oil setup half a mile away. Like an idiot, setting up wood oil half a mile away. This will be for the crude oil, so the crude oil comes back and returns into the process, because you can just keep cycling this. And that will produce aromatic hydrocarbons. Guess what? That's great, but I think that's fucking stupid to do it this way. Because we're only getting like what? It looks like 80 every time. And we don't need that many, we did make 7,000 solvent. What else can I do with bitumen? You can actually crack bitumen. See, bitumen, and you crack bitumen to get... You can actually fraction it, or make oil tar from... Ooh, that's good. That recipe is pretty good, actually. Coker unit. We need chlorine gas to actually keep up with that. But you can coke it too. And coking it's not bad because you get yourself... This process is interesting, but you can take this and you can solidify this as well. What is it? Coker oil? Yes, you can solidify, or you fraction that for cracked oil. And you solidify that, and that gets you for 200. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do that process. So screw this setup. This is too expensive and doesn't work very well. What I want to do is recycle my bitumen through a different process than that. So we're gonna go ahead and fraction it, or yes, fraction the bitumen. 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 What the fuck? Hot crude oil. Cool. Now it's working full time. So we're making sulfur, which is kind of useful for some things. But what we really need to deal with is this solvent production needs to go up. So what's the problem? Well, the problem is the bitumen. We're not actually processing bitumen, so we're going to go ahead and say bitumen, which is right here. Oh shit, you can't do that. I swore you could have done it. Cracking, radiolysis, chemical plant, solidification, coking to get coker oil, but it takes 1,600 to do that shit. Okay, never mind. I take back what I said. Don't fucking listen to what I was saying before. That was stupid of me to say that. This also needs to be oil. Aromatic hydrocarbons again. Piping out all these aromatic hydrocarbons. I fucking hate aromatic hydrocarbons. They're so useless. Like, the only thing I need them for is solvent. And I can't even get the naphtha I need to actually catch up with solvent. So I'm just gonna be playing this game of, how do I get naphtha? Right? Like, it's fucking dumb. So heavy oil is one of these other materials we need to focus on pretty heavily, because it's heavy oil. And so it's kind of the only other answer to getting that is heavy oil. But heavy oil is kind of interesting because you can take this through a two-stage process to get a lot of valuable items. You can get your way to heating oil, which is a key piece if you want to be making if you want to be making a the HP solvent, you're gonna want that heating oil because that is useful. Okay, you crack that down, like I said, into coker oil and more heating oil. Then your coker oil is what you use to make those wonderful pieces of crack oil tar. Because it only takes 200 millibuckets and you're producing a lot of it. So that will be our tar production, theoretically. Unless I find a better way to do it. So we'll look at all of the options and consider all the things before I go and say, this way is the best way, okay? Because I'm going to say it's the best way right now, but it might not actually be the best way. So that's why I'm saying we're going to consider everything before we go fucking say that's good. And if it's not good, that's why I'm doing that, so I can find that shit out. Comprende. Oh! Comprende. Don't even know. I don't even speak French, guys. But this is why the oil is an important thing for this setup. Is because how you do the oil is important. If you don't do the oil correctly, the oil will do you bad. In other words, you get what you put in, and if you don't put in good effort on this oil, it's going to screw you over in the long run, where you're not going to be able to keep up with the production demands of everything in the setup. So that's why I'm running mostly regular oil, crude oil, instead of the cracked oil, because it's better this way, I think. We were running cracked oil before. Didn't work. Let's run something that's not cracked oil, see if it does work. Weld these plates up. I read a book about, it's called, this is a side conversation, but because I don't want to fill everything with just, oh, me play Minecraft, this is what I do, blah, 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 blah. But I like to fill in the space with some interesting conversations. So I read a book called The New World of Modern Russian Firearms, which is interesting because it pretty much is like an encyclopedia of, oh, here's this Russian firearm. This is what it's when it was revealed to the public and like all this random stuff. Oh, here's the AN-94. It shoots 2 shots in its first burst at 1,800 RPM. 1,200 RPM? That is 1,200 RPM. First 2 shots are so fast that the felt recoil is non-existent to the user. Here is the OTS-14. It's got 4 different configurations, which can be like, they have different codes for them, so that you can send it over a radio and be like, hey, set your weapon at this configuration. Or like, they can do like stuff like that. Apparently it's useful. I don't see how that is useful. Also, we now have enough solvent that I think we're good on solvent. Which is actually wonderful. It's wonderful. Yes, solvent. The piping is done for solvent. Let's get this pipe out of the way so it doesn't cause any issues here. Why am I building the pipe so snaky? What the fuck is the point of making the pipe so snaky? They go over all of the weapons, though. They go over weapons and ammo types, too. They go over a needle gun at one point. Like an underwater needle AK. And it's just like, what the heck is this? What is this thing? This is interesting. What kind of super weapon is this shit? It's just a very interesting book. I would highly recommend that book if you want to learn a lot about their firearms and things. It's pretty good, pretty interesting. I'm sure there's more books out there on firearms, but I like that one a lot. Well, I don't know. I just kind of learned shit, and I don't really know what the purpose was for that, but I decided, hey, I want to learn about their weapons. And I read the whole book, and I was like, holy shit, they're so diverse in weapon system. Because I don't see what I don't understand is necessarily why you would need so many different types of weapons to achieve one goal of fighting the enemy. But at the same time, they have a different philosophy. Like, yes, it's nice to have diversity in your weapon systems, but one weapon could get the job done for everything, for the most part. Like, you don't need that many different types of machine gun. However, they're not all used by the same organization, and I think it comes down to that, where it's an organizational thing, where they have different military and paramilitary and different groups there that all have different requirements or standards for their systems. Even their police are using weapons for war. Now, it's not a full-size 50 cal round, but they have a 12.7 millimeter bullpup automatic weapon for law enforcement. And what I mean by it's not a full-size 50 caliber round is that this 12.7 millimeter round is 7 millimeters is technically a 50 caliber. However, it's not got the full like booster on the back. You know, like that the cartridge part. The bullet is its own thing. It's 50 cal bullet, but the cartridge is not the size to propel that bullet with the same force as 50 BMG is in the United States. So for them, they have that system, which they've designed for close quarters combat. And the reason they did it that way was so that way they don't just tear up everything in a wall or like inside the building. Because 50 BMG easily would just shred through like most houses like it's paper mache. Shit's like an autocannon, I'm gonna say that. You have 50 BMG? You do not need anything else. It will destroy a wall easy. Your enemy is in cover? Deny him the wooden cover that he's behind. If he's behind concrete, deny him the concrete he's behind. Just use 50 cal, bro. It's so fabulous. I don't know if it can go through concrete that's super strong, but I could say that it could probably go through most regular concrete. It's an anti-material round, pretty much. But it feels like a cannon. Like you get to... I've gotten to shoot like an actual Browning machine gun, and it's awesome. It's like the most awesome weapon ever. Best machine gun I wouldn't want to carry. It's 100 pounds. Like, it's heavy. I would not want to carry that thing into battle. But some people do carry that into battle, so I'm glad to not carry it. I would not want to carry a 100-pound... Well, you carry it in two pieces, obviously. You can't just have... But it's interesting because they have their own equivalent to that as well. They have their own equivalent to our weapon, and it's... I believe that the Dushka is 12.7 millimeter, but also there is another weapon that is in 12.7 millimeter, and it's a... So the weapon the VDV uses, I don't remember what it's called. But it's all interesting. Heavy oil, bitumen, and industrial oil. The bitumen part is something I could do without. I'll be honest. Let's figure this out real quick. So when we do bitumen, we're just gonna have the... We could do it right here, right? No, we could do it right here. There we go. That will give me a pipeline that works. Heavy oil, and then we can have the bitumen go here. Bitumen. And then we can, as you can see, it's going to process all of that down. It doesn't have enough steam to keep going, but it's also clogged with aromatic hydrocarbons, which are practically useless. So this heavy oil, right? And we have industrial oil as a byproduct. So industrial oil. Industrial oil has many different paths to the same goals. Oh, here we go. Get more naphtha this way. Or you process it for heating oil. However, we're going to just go ahead and give us the most direct route to naphtha, because that makes the most sense, and we can figure out light oil in a bit. Heavy oil, it'd be nice to have some way of getting tar, because we need tar for this setup. There's literally no way we can do this setup without tar. We could use the wood oil to provide the tar, but it's time to find a new way to dispose of aromatic hydrocarbons. AKA just produce more fucking solvent in higher quantities. Or produce, the other thing, bakelite. But it's not fast enough. It might exist, but it's, oh, here we go. Look at this shit. I have a cracking tower pre-assembled. A prefab cracking tower ready to go on the double. I need to keep this road going this way. I don't really like running all the way to Soy Jack Industries. It takes forever. Because then I have to climb this fucking mountain too. And then I fucking hate this mountain. So we need this cracking tower to also exist. So we're gonna have to figure out how to pipe spaghetti our way to victory on this one, right? Pipe spaghetti royale. We're gonna place it up here so I can figure out where the fuck this shit's gonna plug it. Holy shit, it's like right on top. Yeah, it is right on top. Okay, cool, pull it back a bit so that way it doesn't look so stupid. Oh, also, that goes outside that chunk. Hey, I don't care. We're just setting it up at this point. We're just setting up oil for the sake of setting up oil. The chunks don't matter, man. The chunks don't matter. It's just setting up this oil. At the end of the day, that's all that matters. This way, I can set up my oil and get this shit running. I need to figure that out, though, what I'm gonna do with this. What am I doing? This is gonna be naphtha. I've ran this before for a setup as having the industrial oil get cracked for naphtha. That was way back when I like first started, and it was on a server with one of my friends. It was a long time ago, but it was a fun server, and we had some good memories there. I always think back to that and just go, those were the days, man. Those were the days. No problems, no stupidity. That was the days, man. Okay. So, bitumen, heavy oil, industrial oil, which industrial oil is the key one that we have to deal with in this setup. So we're going to go ahead and pipe industrial oil inside of my catalytic cracking tower. So now it needs steam and water. Steam and low pressure steam. Pretty much these two pipes are going to just connect in and plug right into that setup. Build over. Let's see. I could just do it like this, the lazy man piping method. Does it make more sense to make the low pressure steam travel that far, or does it make less sense to do it that way? I think it makes less sense, so we're going to go ahead and make sure that we do things that make more sense than less. Because the low pressure steam is going to have to plug in somewhere too, and it doesn't make sense to make it travel farther than the steam when the steam starts off farther in the first place. That's my logistical belief behind that. Logistical. Yes. It is logistics because I'm saving on pipes. And logistics are the cornerstone of pretty much everything. Because if you don't have logistics, how are you going to win? How are you going to win with no logistics, right? That is why we're setting up such massive oil industry. To win. HBM nuclear space mod. Tech fork. So Soy Jack can be proud of his oil. His 10 catalytic cracking towers. And the solar eclipse right behind him right now, wow. The smog he's inhaling. Holy shit. He's probably dead. He's probably got bloodshot eyes. He's the bloodshot eyes Soy Jack. Steam. Then we do low pressure steam, which is gonna go underneath of this. Do 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 do. You can criticize somebody all you want, and if they don't understand the criticism, what's the point? That's something I'm just now thinking of. I don't know. This just kind of ties into some stuff I said earlier in the stream. Don't know why I thought of that right there, but hey, just all that matters is thinking. All I do every day is think constantly. So the second I stop thinking is the second bad things happen usually. Because if I'm not stuck in my own mind, then bad things are happening. It's no good, no bueno. Gotta be stuck in there thinking about new things that I can add on to my stuff and things, so I can make them better and stuff. There we go. Now I got Steam in there, right? Yeah, I got Steam in there. Steam gaming here. Steam gaming here. What the fuck? Where's all the fucking Steam? Holy shit, man. Holy shit. We have to plug in Steam to this setup. Where's the water barrel? Where is the infinite water supply for this thing? Did I lose an infinite water source? I misplaced or have lost a infinite water source. Where's the accountability of resources? Where's that? Where did I put it? Holy shit, why the fuck are there trees growing through my impenetrable walls? I set them up so they're impenetrable. Ah, here we go. I did not lose it, thank God. Even though I could have totally lost that shit. And it wouldn't have been hard. Okay, cut it off so it doesn't accidentally put in too much Steam. Perfect. It's at the standard for Steam. That's the standard. It should always have 102 in there at all times. I just love problems. Love problems. Where the fuck is the water gone? Damn, dude. Where's the water at? Is this actually, like, running out of water? What the fuck? Ah, there we go. Now it's got water in there. I don't know where the fucking water's going, but it's doing some shit right now. So we're doing our solvent. That's working. Acidizers are working at this time. All systems green, it looks like. Vitriol? Fuck vitriol, it's so fucking useless. It doesn't do shit. It just piles up and piles up, but it doesn't do anything for me. Bitumen, heavy oil, industrial oil makes naphtha, petroleum gas, which is to say that petroleum gas is fucking useless, and I'm about to show you guys how to fuck you deal with that shit. Because that is the biggest issue right now, is that we have petroleum gas build up, which is bad, because petroleum gas is useless for my purposes, except could potentially have some uses in making Bakelite, but we're not gonna deal with it in the way that you think I am. No. See, what I'm gonna do is, instead of doing what you expect me to do, I'm gonna come sideways with the left hook that you were expecting an uppercut instead. Because I'm going to use a special method to make it into naphtha. Which I think you can already assume that it's going to mean some stupid bullshit, which is super expensive. But I'm going to do that so I can make more solvent. Because need more solvent is always true. We need more solvent right now, too. Look at all that solvent we're getting. 4,500, 5,500, 2,000. 24,000 total solvent can be stored here. We're already outproducing our previous solvent goals, dude. That shit's amazing. That's good to see because look at this shit. Processing it. We're chugging out new resources, dude. Ka-chunk. New resource every 5 seconds, probably. Let's go ahead and set this up. The problem is that it requires too much of me managing this shit. We need to set up a way of us taking these and turning them into other shit. How do I make this into... So it's only for additives. So yeah, you have to craft some of them. We could probably reduce the amount of crafters by taking the metal ones and smelting them down into their actual metal counterparts. Then sending them out into... Like, basically just take a crucible and smelt down all the metal ones. Cool, so we're actually making progress. Especially with the wood oil setup tied into it to provide aromatic hydrocarbons and shit like that. That's all good shit. What are we producing on these assemblers right now? We have 50 of those. We have 35 of those. We have some of those. Apparently... What's the word on this? Oh, it looks like we're getting more of those. Okay, cool. Aluminium. Cryolite. Cryolite about it. Whoa. What the fuck? Oh, it's out of kerosene. Oops. My bad. I think it can run on gasoline though. If we get enough gasoline in that system, then maybe we can be cooking up some storm of these. Coal coke. So much coal coke. Which I believe you can take coal coke and do some diabolical things with that. Coal coke is rather useless, isn't it? Unless you're trying to make a lot of, well, here we go. Now, my friends, this machine right here, the pyrolysis oven, is useful as fuck. Look at this. Syngas. Oh my gosh. What does this do, guys? Well, you take syngas, and you can mix it with reformant gas to make elbow grease and headlight fluid. If you haven't watched Red vs. Blue, that will make no sense. Go find some elbow grease and headlight fluid at the store. You'll understand very easily. Syngas, reformant gas, gives you elbow grease, which can be used to make sour gas and mercury. In other words, I don't need this shit because it's fucking useless. Look, I'm just spitting facts, man. I'm just spitting facts. Shit's not useful to me. Might as well be useless. Ha! Light oil. So we've dealt with this process. The industrial oil needs to have the petroleum gas processed. Now, I'll teach you how to do petroleum gas. It is simple and not hard at all. Petroleum gas has kind of got many ways to be made into something more valuable. You can take it with sulfuric acid through an alkylation unit to make it into light oil, which I haven't even looked at light oil. Reform it for aromatic hydrocarbons, reform it gas. Fuck that shit. That's fucking stupid. You can make it into diesel and kerosene. Also, a pretty decent option. Diesel and kerosene might be the way I go with this setup. I'm gonna be honest, I'm leaning more on the side of diesel and kerosene are the way to go. So, looking at my kerosene and my diesel. What can I do with those? You can crack this for more kerosene, but that's fucking useless. Because I don't want more petroleum gas, and that's a byproduct of cracking it. You can make it into coke or naphtha, which is another way to go. You can make it into high cetane diesel, and that's nothing I need. So we're going to go ahead and try the coking method to take diesel to coke our naphtha. This resource can then be made into reformant gas inside of a catalytic reformer. By fractioning, you can get cracked naphtha, cracked light oil, or it can be made directly into solvent. I think what I'm going to do is with this cracked naphtha, can we make tar? No. But you can make coke or naphtha from cracked naphtha. That's fucking useless. That then can allow me to make more cracked naphtha from the coke or naphtha. And cracked light oil, which the cracked light oil is the byproduct that's probably the most useful. We will see about that. If this doesn't have a usage, then we're going to see how I can use it. This is coke or gas that it gives you. Kerosene and petroleum gas. In a larger quantity. It just gives you more kerosene for your diesel. Or you could just go straight through cracking it to get what you fucking want. I don't want to use a coker unit because then I have all that petroleum coke. If we look at light oil, then again, what other options are available besides ones that make it into shitty ass diesel? Because I still need to acquire one more material, that is tar. And if I can't achieve the goal of getting tar in a large quantity, then we're going to have some serious issues. And all of this is made into fuel. Can we get heavy oil somehow through this petroleum gas? If petroleum gas is a gateway, then I'm going to try to find out how I can use it. We could also try the methods to get you reformant gas because I believe you can work more with reformant and BTX to get you places. We will take a look at that as well. Light oil through reforming can get you reformant gas in addition to aromatic hydrocarbons. Now, if you take a look, that may as well be fucking useless as well. This means light oil is not useful in any capacity to my purposes, and means that I now have to find some way to solve this problem. This is a conundrum, because now we're getting diesel and kerosene, and neither of which are valuable to me. The only thing I can do is turn them into things that are valuable, i.e. coke or naphtha is like the primary method of getting something a little more valuable from it, but the only thing this gets me is solvents. And I still need tar, because this produces naphtha as well. We need HP solvent, and that's not something I'm gonna get unless we try the other methods of getting it. So we have reformant gas, right? We get that, and then you can take it to make high performance solvent with chlorine gas. Ooh, that is something I like. That is something I like a lot. Reformant gas. Now, what can I do with my aromatic hydrocarbons that is valuable? You can alkylate them with high performance solvent to get BTX and chlorine gas. Again, this is fucking useless. Because BTX, unless the yield you get in return is higher than the amount it costs, there's no usage in this. We'll take a look at this in a second. So BTX can be cracked for petroleum gas and aromatic hydrocarbons, can be alkylated for reformant gas with carbon tetrachloride, which is something I cannot get. So it is fucking useless to try taking those aromatic hydrocarbons, and that is going to be a problem because we produce too many aromatic hydrocarbons in this setup alone, which now means that I need more ways of disposing of aromatic hydrocarbons, of useless material, because there's such an abundance of it. However, I will introduce you all to my favorite little machine called the fluid burner, a machine that allows me to take care of the stupid and annoying aromatic hydrocarbons by just existing. By virtue of its existence, its sole purpose is to dispose of resources I hate that piss me off. And none do that more than aromatic hydrocarbons. So without further ado, let's go ahead and solve some problems today by connecting some pipes correctly to dispose of the aromatic hydrocarbons. I can see that this is going to be a little more painful than I thought it was, as far as connecting pipes together to actually do shit. And then after we've accomplished this task, we are on to our next mission, next goal, task, whatever the fuck. It's gonna be easy, probably. It's gonna be as easy as doing some shit that's stupid with the next material. Alright, we said we're gonna reform, so I need 2 catalytic reformers. And does that sound painful to anybody? If it doesn't, then you don't know what you're doing. You've never played HBM mod before. If it does sound painful, then hey, we might just be living in the same world and somehow agree on something. So what I'm gonna do as far as piping this in, I'm gonna pipe it like right here. This way I have access to be able to boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Nice. This is perfect. Aromatic hydrocarbons going through here. Nice. Now it looks really complicated and convoluted, but that's okay. It's meant to be. And we can just set this guy to aromatic hydrocarbons, which produces a lot of energy, doesn't it? It's gonna make it way faster, too. That's the other reason to do that. Oh shit, my kidneys are burning now. That's good. We're on fire. Nice. So it's actually doing what it needs to do with all the materials I'm giving it. Except for heavy oil, because that's clogged. Yep. But it is making solvent now from naphtha. Because we are disposing of those aromatic hydrocarbons and allowing it to continue to process materials. So what I have to do is either, yeah, we're going to go ahead and try getting those 2 reformers done. By try, I mean we're going to actually fucking make them and get it done. We're going to grab a 3 stacks? No. Yeah, 2 stacks will do. So in traditional methods that we've used for making the actual, what are they called? High performance solvents, what we've done is use reactor technology, which is very inefficient because it requires tar. Now, we can bypass the tar nowadays because we're type 10 civilization, probably. No, on the Kardashev scale, we're still like under type 1. We're still below, we're at like 0.75 Kardashevs. Because I can't make a fusion reactor at this time. Not that I can't, it's that I haven't chose to. I'm sorry, it's a little secret I didn't mean to tell you all. It's that I just haven't done it yet. Oops. Well, there's no secret, it's pretty obvious. We could totally make it right now. Now let's take a look at the world-famous catalytic reformer. This machine right here is renowned for its absolute pain and agony. This machine is needed to take your petroleum gas to naphtha mode, and to take your naphtha to petroleum gas mode, or some shit like that. Oh. In addition to other potentially stupid actions we have committed in the past 5 seconds, I will introduce you all to the newest one of all of our stupid actions we've committed in the past 5 minutes. It's as simple as forgetting to grab the circuits that I said I was going to grab. If you're going to say something, actually do it. And I have failed at my task of actually doing it. But that's okay, because I remember to go do it. Yeah? I'm gonna go do it. I'm gonna grab my shit that I need. Ah, the wonderful, beautiful picture of industry. supplanted by Soy Jack. Fuck. Holy kidney stones, Batman. Where the fuck are my circuits at? Here we go, microchips. Microchip. Ugh. This is awesome. This is the most glorious microchip of all time. Today, on Microchip Simulator, we're gonna make some microchip stupidity, aka the super circuit boards of all time that everybody loves to make because hell yes. So we actually need to look at this. It is the versatile circuit board. And how hard is it to make this? Well, let me introduce you all to something called tactically reacquiring my solvent from other sources. Or basically, I'm just actually not even going to bother doing that. I'm just going to head over to here and just grab it out of the bin over here. We have production for everything over here, apparently. Ah, nice. Heating oil was clogged. Clogged again. Yes, it is. Heating oil is. Okay, wonderful. We're gonna just go like this, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set it to solvent. I said solvent. I said solvent. I said not sodium. Why the fuck does it think I need sodium, bro? What the fuck? Give me that shit, dude. This shit's the most expensive and valuable material in all of HBM mod for the uninitiated, because this shit's like actually painful to make in most oil setups, unless you start getting to the point where you're deliberately trying to make this shit. Because if you're not deliberately trying to make it, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean? Give me my shit. Where the fuck is it? My steel tanks. You know, I don't even know where the tiny little steel tanks are, because I really need those for this right now. This is like the time I need them the most. Okay, so this engine lubricant is useless, right? Well, no, it's useless because I said so. Huh? What? What? Engine lubricant, right? Gotta get rid of it. What the fuck? That's not engine why the fuck does it look like engine lubricant? None. It looks like engine lubricant. Dump it in there. Because now I have 2 barrels of solvent, which is exactly what I'm going to need for this new setup. Now, remember, solvent. Right? Solvent. Remember the word solvent. It's very important and highly valuable. Now, I don't know the properties of solvent, but something tells me if I put it in this fucking barrel, it's going to melt down. Fuck yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Now we have our solvent in. Microchips are in place. For 5,000 microtransactions later, we will have all of our materials we need. And one final component is the PVC bars, or hard plastic if you're into that sort of thing. But me personally, I like my plastic normal, so I like polyvinyl chloride. What is this? What the fuck? Where the fuck is my circuit at? Yes, right there. Now the final step is this bullshit. And this might hurt your brain, but don't worry. It's meant to. Because what I need is dirt. Or, if I'm lucky, to have some arsenic in hand. Even though that's probably really painful and toxic. It's probably no good for your health to have arsenic in your hand, but hey, I think we have some somewhere. Probably do have some somewhere, and if we don't, I will introduce you all to a wonderful, wonderful project of mine called Turning the World into Absolute Hell. Let's go over and start this project then. We're going to set our tool, our Terra drill, to vein miner 4 and auto shredder, or the highest level of vein miner it can get, vein miner 5. This will take the entire planet and chop it into half. Now, you see all this dirt on the ground. This shit is toxic waste, pretty much. It is as useful as something that is useless. It's more useless than regular dirt because of its very nature. So to show you all what I can do with this, I'm going to go over to here, and I'm just going to take a chunk of it. I'm going to take another chunk of it right over here. Taking samples almost. And you see, the more of this I take, the more arsenic we have. Because that's what this is. It's arsenic. This is gold. This is actually probably... I take back what I said. This is probably more useful than regular dirt when you don't need it to be. Now we can head back now with our new garden soil in my inventory. This garden soil will be processed through a multi-step process. AKA, put it in one machine, watch it do its shit, and everything will be okay. So let's go over to here and figure that out. I believe it just needs a high-performance solvent, correct? Yes. And that's gonna make all of the arsenic you think you ever need, but in reality you need 10 times that. And in addition to that, I need circuits too, which I can go grab circuits. It won't be hard. We need wafers. Okay, this time we need wafers. And this is not something I could automate probably unless I had bismuth, which we really need to get bismuth, but it's not on the agenda until 2027 when I actually decide to go start doing shit that makes a lot of sense. How is the wood oil setup working at this time? It's working good, isn't it? Yes, it is. Good, good. Das gut. And I should have plenty of printed circuits in here. If I didn't have them, what would I be doing? Be just going under here and just grabbing a stack. I mean, honestly, look. Oh, apparently it's all fucking in there. Never mind. Yeah, that's actually the limiting ingredient, isn't it? That is a limiting ingredient. But I'm impressed that this thing is actually running as it's supposed to. One other thing we need to grab is going to be those circuits. Or not circuits, but a special material that you place on top of its insulator, on top of wire. Cool. Now we have all of our materials I'm going to need for this very task of assembling this bullshit. So I'm going to chop down this tree because it pisses me off. I just didn't like the way it looks. And we're going to continue on with our task of assembling very versatile chipsets and things. This is gonna be one great step for people who like to reform things. Reformers. Yes. We have a lot of changes to make in this oil industry. This great oil industry of ours. So much work to do. But so little time. Hey, how much arsenic do I have? Enough? Good. Why the fuck is this not putting... Oh. It only made 13, which is surprising to me. And I'm not sure why it is, because, I mean, it should have made a lot more, in my opinion. But my opinion doesn't matter, because in reality, it's probably made about as much as it's able to make. I'm pretty sure, I don't even know how much it was supposed to be able to make. I didn't do the math, so I kind of just guesstimated that I don't fucking know. I don't know what's going on with that. It's okay. We can figure it out later. I feel like it's a later issue, so we're gonna deal with it later. Right? It's definitely a later problem. But besides this, we have now problems like making copper wires. This is a now problem, and everything should be done with this. Oh, look at that. Oh shit, don't fucking do that shit or you'll end up with some absolute shitty ass pieces of garbage you don't need. Here we go. Wonderful. And I'm not afraid to say the things that YouTube doesn't need to hear, so don't worry. 16 of those is pretty good, but it could be a lot more. I'm gonna be honest, it could be a lot more. I mean, that is 4 versatile chipboards of bullshit done. And I don't think I'm gonna need that many anytime fucking soon. Right? This is the fucking recipe, correct? Ah, now it is. If you look at it, your production is going to give you a lot. Look at this. Oh my goodness. It's gonna give us, I don't think we have enough to make more than 3. Yeah, we can only make 3, but I'm not gonna see that we make, holy shit, the energy. I just now remembered that this shit costs like $1 billion worth of energy that we don't have. Ah, nice, good. Only 2. Glad it's limited, so that way we don't fucking explode the energy grid somehow. That would be an absolute nightmare. The energy grid exploded, guys. This is why you do math, so you don't fucking blow shit up. Okay, guys, I'm gonna wrap this copper coil around this iron bar and plug it into my wall. And then all of a sudden my wall is buzzing. I'm like, oh shit. That actually happened one time. Except, I didn't make the transformer. I just chopped it out of a microwave. Yeah, I was like, just chop that shit out of there and do something with it. You know what I mean? I think everybody can relate to this, of taking apart a microwave at one point in their life. Yes, totally. It's a very relatable experience, right? Then I plugged it into the wall and said, this is gonna be my welding machine. And it's the sound I hear, I'm like, oh, fuck. The wall is gonna explode. But maybe it was working as intent. No, it literally plugged into the wall. It made the wall into the transformer. It made the wall into the transformer. Plugging the transformer in after wiring it up so that I thought it would work, made the wall a transformer. And you don't know how shit works unless you make the entire thing yourself. So unless I built my own entire electrical grid, I have no fucking clue how the fuck regular walls work. How to actually work with AC energy. I don't know that. I don't know that shit. I usually work with DC energy when I'm building some kind of weird super fucking computer. But just weird super. Why do we need to add fucking into every word? It doesn't make it cool or something. But trying to build a supercomputer or some shit like that. I only know how to make computers and shit on breadboards. But then I'm going to try to make some kind of welding machine. That was a crazy idea. That was a while ago for anybody who knows me at this time. Just in case you all are concerned for some reason. That's typical me behavior, is to go do some stupid shit and then tell people stories about it afterwards because it was so stupid. It's just how I regularly behave, so, well, I used to behave that way. Now, if I were to go do something, I'd probably go and just be like, do some stupid nonsense like, oh, I'm gonna go camping today, and get caught out in the middle of the night in a thunderstorm. That's actually happened before. I wonder where that story's from. But I like to tell that story all the time because it taught me a really important lesson that I hadn't learned until that point. You should probably think a lot more before you do shit, because if you don't think, then you'll end up in that scenario. It wasn't a bad scenario for me. It was a fun scenario for me. For anybody else, it's a fucking dumb scenario to them. It's fun for me though. So, I mean, Watching my niobium smelt has given me a new sense of boredom. And that's not okay. No, never mind. We're gonna go ahead and do this. I think that we have everything we need, except for those. Which means that, why the fuck am I just sitting here and acting like there's not more shit that needs to be done? You know how much time I could have saved. Okay, here's my spiel about efficiency. You could be doing something, but you're just choosing not to. So you could be doing shit, but you're choosing to put it off. It is absolutely diabolical. 24 of those. Now we're gonna make shells. And everybody loves making steel shells, correct? Now make pipes. Fuck. Everybody hates making steel pipes. Each one costs 3, and I believe each of these costs 8 pipes. Yes. So steel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I'm gonna say it's 48, even though I don't fucking know because I didn't do the math. 44, 45, 46, 47. I still hope I have my Texas Instruments 88 calculator, TI-82 calculator, whatever the fuck it is, that I had in high school at my house, because that would be very valuable nowadays. I like calculators because the calculator is an awesome tool, and you can program on the Texas Instruments calculator in it's called BASIC, which is a really shitty coding language, I guess. Well, you can program kind of shit. Like, you can program an Etch-a-Sketch, or like... I'm not a good programmer, but I can do some shit, okay, guys? I actually had an idea for some horror games to make. Horror games, which would actually be terrifying, because they're real. It'd be pretty diabolical to make those. Or just really gruesome games. I don't know. It's just something that really felt like doing at one point. Now remember, kids. Kids? No. Remember, comrades, when you make Reformer, this shit is absolutely stupid and requires more shit. Remember that. Remember this information. Because what we're about to do is take this, and we're going to add in some more stupidity to it with a catalytic converter. Now, remember, you can always find these at your neighbor's house if you need one. But what I like to say is, why acquire it when you can just have to make it yourself? Good old HBM fashion of bullshit. And a new problem has arisen at this time. I don't have the materials I need to make enough catalytic converters to do the things I need to do. A serious issue. A problem of the ages. It's so horrendous that I don't even have an answer to this problem. Other than figure out how to make it myself. Chlorine gas and unsaturated hydrocarbons. Too easy, right? Yeah. Too easy. And guess what? You know that same method of turning the planet into the hell that I told you guys about? Well, it makes it so hell plants can grow on the planet. AKA some weird bullshit cadmium plant, which probably is not even real. So here's my cadmium plant. I'm pretty sure tobacco can get you more cadmium than this shit could. I'm just saying. But this shit is actually pretty useful. So make sure that you have plenty of it growing, so that way you can harvest it for a wonderful, bountiful harvest of cadmium, which is only made in this method. Now, this is how you get PVC pipes. There's also another method where you don't even need this shit, called hard plastic, because this actually gets you to another material called cadmium steel. Now, cadmium steel is the same as technetium steel in its usages. The only difference is you bypass the oil industry to do it. The problem is with cadmium steel is that you probably already need to have some kind of oil infrastructure. I'm just saying that as a fact. There's odds are you're going to need some way of doing that to make this happen. Otherwise, I mean, I think you can actually, you don't even need the nuclear infrastructure. How the fuck is there a sheep living in this nuclear wasteland? Fucking kill that shit. Kill it. Good. Good. There's no sheep allowed in this environment. This environment is toxic. It's meant to be the most toxic planet on Earth. Wait. That's literally in that state. It's like a double negative or something. That's like some stupid bullshit. It's meant to be the most toxic planet. Even the people are toxic on it. Oh shit. New levels of toxicity. In the dirt. Hey, try living here on this planet. Try growing plants in this soil. You'll probably end up giving yourself arsenic poisoning. Because if the plant even grows, even. You know, that's the thing about living things, is that they pick up everything that they come in contact with and ingest. It gets somewhere inside of them. Like, for example, lead will try to go into your bones because of how the chemistry of lead is. If you understand chemistry, you probably understand biology. If you understand biology, then you probably understand chemistry. Holy shit, that was a good harvest, though. We haven't harvested that in months. It's literally been just sitting there. We could have harvested it like 10 times by this point, but it doesn't matter. Because the reason we need that is to make cadmium powder. Each 16 of them, or 10 of them goes into this. So either one, yeah, it's probably 10. $10. I think. 10 I thinks. I think. It's looking pretty good. And, by the way, if you haven't already noticed, it costs more arsenic or bismuth. So if you didn't hate your life already, be prepared to hate it even more, because this shit gets stupidly expensive. It's time to go ahead and enable Vein Miner 4, Vein Miner 5, and Auto Shredder. Do you play default Minecraft? No. Never play default Minecraft. We only play the nuclear version. HBM nuclear tag mod all the way. What the fuck did I just do to the dirt? I turned it into fucking dust. God dang it. I really don't like to do this really close to the base because it looks ugly in my opinion. But I guess I'm gonna start doing it everywhere because I need to have all of this. Get rid of that dust. Why do I need dust in my inventory? Like, what the heck? That's crazy. I mean, this is like the only way to play Minecraft for me. I haven't played Greg Tech or anything else. My base is massive though, and it spans 2 whole planets. So that's the amount of time we have in this. And I say I haven't even put that much time in, even though we've actually spent like five days of time over the course of like 3 months almost. Which is pretty impressive. Take that out. Cool. So this is gonna get us hopefully a lot of what I'm looking for, as far as that's not gonna be enough. Arsenic. God dang it! Oh wait, always arsenic holding me back. It's always arsenic. Alright, where is a place where I can make more of this shit? Oh, we're clogged on heating oil again, guys. Clogged arteries right here. Clogged heating oil arteries. So, is it right here? This is, not what I'm looking for. This is what I am looking for, though, is this. Because this allows me to make PVC. Yes. Okay, so I just need chlorine gas, then, to be imported into that by some method. This is fun. To get chlorine gas into there, I'm going to use a barrel. Which we've seen before, but we've never discussed why I haven't used it yet. We're gonna use it for this. Do I have chlorine gas production in any place besides? I believe we only have one place of chlorine production, and it's right in front of us, right next to us, right behind me, actually. We also need a pile of. Oh, there we go. We're at 19. Perfect. I have enough. Cool. I was gonna be like, we also need more of this shit. Literally, what I was about to say was, we're gonna need more of that arsenic. Here we go. Here's my chlorine pinwheel. Wonderful thing. This thing gives you unlimited chlorine. If you don't want to go find actual chlorine because you're stupid or something, congratulations. Here is the chlorine device. It gives you infinite, unlimited quantities of the yellow substance, aka chlorine, which is well, I don't know why you'd call it a yellow substance. That's not even what it is. It's just a gas. It's just a gas, man. Just chlorine gas, man. What's the problem? Is it just chlorine gas? It's not like it's dangerous or something. Corrosive. How much does it need? 250 chlorine gas to make one single batch of 2 PVC pipes, which I need 4 of. And besides that, we also are going to need cobalt powder. Or cobalt 60 if you want to give somebody cancer. Or severe radiation. Hey, if you want to experience life in a new way, go find a rogue source of, what is it called? Cobalt 60 and just eat that shit. You'll experience your life in a whole new way. Trust me. Gives you magical superpowers. Look, the cobalt 60 powder that you've pulled out of this wonderful X-ray machine, if you rub it all over yourself, it'll make you glow in the dark and give you magical superpowers. That's what happened in a place down in South America at one point, didn't it? Or was it Mexico? Actually, this happened everywhere. It's literally happened in every country you can name. That somebody's done some stupid shit with a rogue neutron source from like some X-ray machine or some shit. And then somebody gets cancer and then, oh, they find out that this is a rogue source that existed. Because of poor accountability of different pieces of equipment that have radioactive sources in them. Neutron sources. Not to mention that people have tried building nuclear reactors and shit from fire alarms. So, like, humanity and nuclear is not a good mixture together, guys. The second you mix humans with nuclear stuff, then they'll start either trying to make it, or they'll end up playing with shit that they don't understand. This is humanity. We play games with things we don't understand, because that's how you learn. Give me more rubber. What the fuck? No, it ruined my rubber recipe by getting rid of all my unsaturated hydrocarbons. Ah, fuck. Put my cadmium powder in there. Well, now we've accomplished quite a few billion tasks today. It's time to finish off with more tasks today. No, we're not done. I'm just saying we have to do a lot more shit before we're done. Yeah. See, today I have goals and things that need to be done. So we're going to get those things and goals done. Right, I have this cobalt powder on me, but I keep failing to shred it up for some reason. It's too easy, guys. Shred that shit. Not on the guitar though. We don't need you to shred shit on your guitar. Shred shit. Just take a fucking turd and just shred it. I don't think it's fucking stupid. That'd be fucking stupid. I love this a lot. Give me this arsenic, please. Thank you. Thank you, kind soul. What the Fuck. Wait, what is that game? That's from Door Kickers 2. That's from Door Kickers 2. I swear. Thank you, kind soul. Or, like, they say, like, the hostages in that game, they say some weird shit. They say some, like, thank you, kind soul. Even though I just blew up their friend next to them using some kind of AT4 bullshit. It was an accident, I swear. No. Well, actually it was, because I was just trying to blow up the wall on a hostage mission. You know, it's kind of, there's certain ways you should do things, and I don't think that you should take risks like that one. I'm just kind of gonna say and give you guys the rough and tough. I don't know what word I'm thinking of. The nitty gritty about it. I don't think you should be using rocket launchers to save hostages. I think those two don't mix, and you end up messing shit up. I'm just gonna put it out flat that that's probably not a good idea. But if it is a good idea to somebody, it's me. It was a good idea to me at the time. But then he said, thank you, kind soul, after I just blew a hole in the wall and accidentally destroyed one of them. Civilian casualties. Which also happened. Because I called for fire on the building. Alright, we got these. You have to eliminate all of the terrorists in this mission, right? Okay, got you covered. I'll send in my GUR units and have them call for fire on the building. 20 civilian casualties. Fuck. But this is not a this is a big war. This is a large scale war. Why does it matter? PET, petroleum gas. No. Yes. Actually, yeah, probably. Petroleum gas. Petroleum gas. And this one, light oil. Fuck, don't do that shit. 'Cause you do that, and I'm gonna waste more time trying to God dang it. How the fuck do I mess up naphtha? There we go. Okay, set it back to light oil, please. Holy shit, I made more work for myself every single time. Light oil, go into here. Boom, nice. Catalytic reformer is ready to go. Cool. We have 2 catalytic reformers. Absolutely ready to run. Ready to do this shit, brother. Oh yeah, brother. Got that shit ready to go. Never mind. It doesn't want to connect that way. But it will connect this way. Beep, beep, beep. I also need another wire because we don't have enough of them. Ah, here we go. Got me some wires right here, bro. Connect it, and boom. It's now making aromatic hydrocarbons, reformant gas, and liquid hydrogen. All of which, probably I don't need those. And this is giving me unsaturated hydrocarbons, which are fucking annoying. God dang it. Because petroleum gas could be used in such better ways. Let me see how you can actually use petroleum gas. So look at petroleum gas, correct? You can make it into light oil through alkylation. Through this, you can make it into reformant gas. I think I need that shit. Actually might have made the right decision. Okay, good news, guys. We made the right decisions. And it would appear that I need chlorine gas to mix with those, but we now have reformant gas. The only problems we have are these aromatic and unsaturated hydrocarbons. They can just be turned into energy if you fucking want to. But I would really not recommend that with the unsaturated or the aromatic ones. They're not as good. Plus, when you have so much aromatic hydrocarbon production, it just kind of becomes completely stupid. We have so much that it's completely stupid, guys. But that's okay, because things can get dumber. You know how dumb they can get? We can make them real dumb, okay, guys? We can make them real stupid. Things are about to get really... It's gonna look like a fucking circus once I'm done with this place. Perfect. Connection right there. And as you can see now that I've got more for my solvents, reformant gas needs to be mixed with what exactly? Because that's the real question here, right? We're producing reformant gas, but what does it fucking mix with? Chlorine gas, right? And it's only 750 to 200. Fuck. Oh, if you want to make elbow grease, use that. Additionally, what can I do with these other byproducts? Well, hydrogen is used in the hydrogen setup. Wonderful. Where is that at? It's pretty early on, isn't it? No, it's actually the last stage of the process is hydrogen. But we could use a hydrotreater somewhere else too. We might still have that potential for a hydrotreater in this setup. Really all depends and comes down to one factor, which is what I can do with unsaturated hydrocarbons to better my setup. And I believe alkylation takes these to another level. Yeah, kind of. Or if you have chloroethane somehow, you can take it even further. Perfluoromethyl. Unsaturated hydrocarbons are, by all intents and purposes, not very valuable to me. They're literally, these are not valuable. I look at this. You can take them and alkylate them back into petroleum gas, but then you're just making more aromatic hydrocarbons. It's really like, what the fuck am I gonna do with this shit? It's really invaluable. It's really valuable, but, well, no, it's just invaluable. That's the word. Invaluable. It has no value. And that's not to say the opposite, where because sometimes invaluable means that it is really valuable for some fucking reason. Because English is a very strange word where, or language where everything has a double meanings for some reason. Well, in some cases, sometimes can mean another thing. So that's why I said invaluable and then corrected it to valuable, but really it's supposed to be. This has no value at all. God dang it! Yet another material I don't need in my oil setup. How many pieces of oil setups have I said are useless or invaluable or something along those lines? Invaluable? Like, that's like saying indisposable. It's like to say that something has value, but that doesn't make any sense. Why? Why would we use English language like this? Oh, and by the way, that power cable gets cut off by this thing. Fuck. Holy shit. What the fuck? Just connect it in right here. See, look at that. Works out like a could be better. Works like a charm. Causes unluck. Liquid hydrogen, aromatic hydrocarbons, unsaturated hydrocarbons. Really depends on how much we produce of aromatic hydrocarbons, but I think what I could reasonably do is spend more of my aromatic hydrocarbons, and I would like to get back some of that reformant gas. However, there is a method, okay? If you look at petroleum gas, there is a way, I remember there being a way to make this to naphtha. Not light oil, not... Light oil would be even more useful than what we're currently doing, by the way. I'm just going to say, well, it's more expensive to do that process than it was to do this way. But looking at what we have... What is perfluoromethyl used in? Oh. Expensive mode item. What are these used in? Bombs? Holy shit. Oh, we could do that. Yeah, but we don't. We're not trying. We're trying to get these unsaturated hydrocarbons disposed of. We can set up a perfluoromethyl plant at some point. I don't know why the fuck that exists or who said that should be a thing, but I mean, maybe it's a thing in reality. I don't really know. I don't really care. We're just gonna go figure out what we need to do next, which is blender. One of the easiest machines to make. Blender, and then we might run the stuff to an alkylation unit, or use the unsaturated hydrocarbons to self-power. Maybe. It all depends, because I think with unsaturated hydrocarbons, you should be able to make these back or make them into something. So if I have chloroethane, where do I get that from? Wait a second. That's from the atmosphere of one of the planets. Okay, well, we're making progress. Well, I really want to turn these unsaturated hydrocarbons into sulfur. Yeah, like you can only alkylate them, which doesn't really cost anything either. I mean, it's probably the best way to go. If I'm being honest, we're gonna have to make an alkylation unit now. I don't want to make an alkylation unit, dude. And what, do you even make the yeah, you do make the alkylation unit on these, right? Right? I could have sworn I remembered making alkylation units on these. Alkylation unit, my good friend. Absolutely wonderful. Now, I'm going to take this steel. I'm going to make some stainless steel today, boys. Gonna make me some stainless steel, boys. Is it a 1-to-1 ratio of nickel to regular? Oh, good. I fucking hate when it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. We will start off smelting this shit through the process and grab some nickel powder, because that's the first steps of making those, and this should save me a lot of effort in the long run. This alkylation unit changes how you do shit, because when you have to do a process like this where it could take many steps to dispose of one material into something that's more useful, this thing just cuts off all those extra steps and says, here you go, here's a way simpler and way cheaper solution to your problem of, hey, I hate this material, please get rid of it. Which is literally what I say about every single material that I hate. Hey guys, I hate this material, it's stupid, please dispose of it for me, thank you. Exactly what I say every time I do anything in HBM nuclear tech mod. Every single process has 10,000 materials that I hate because they are so useless to me, when I could make them into something super valuable. But is this like this is just a mod thing, you know? And if they ever changed, that would be a sad day to see, because that complexity makes it way more of a thinking problem, and it's important. Hell yeah, I've got rid of all of my viewers. Got rid of all of them. Nobody's watching the stream now. Bah. Alright, so we're gonna do microchips. Microchips. My giggle hurts. Nice, we've got this part done. What is the next part? We need 22 capacitors. Probably not 22, but just a few. We also need those clay catalysts, which I probably have some in storage. I'm gonna be honest with you. Odds are, I may or may not have them. It would appear we have no clay catalyst at this time. At this time, we have failed at the most basic of tasks. The clay catalyst task. But that's okay. Because somewhere I have clay. And that's good today. Or something. Fuck, where's the fucking clay at? It's all gone over to the one place. To go do some stupid shit that it doesn't need to be there for. We're gonna go ahead and set up the new process. If we could take aromatic hydrocarbons and turn them into petroleum gas, that would be a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful thing. Because then I could take all my surplus aromatic hydrocarbons and turn them into petroleum gas. But the thing is that is a combination of unsaturated hydrocarbons and aromatic hydrocarbons in some weird bond or something. Some James Bond villain or something. HP high performance solvent. This might be the first setup that I've ever done to target the process of making chlorine gas into what it needs to be made into. Now, let's see, do we have any chlorine? Yo, you're done this. Vitriol and that. But it does produce the chlorine gas. Do we have any? So why is it stopped on vitriol? It's the sulfuric acid is stopping it. Good news, bad news. What's the news? Do we have the shit we need to do the shit? I've got an idea for what I can do with that sulfur for now. We could just dispose of sulfuric acid via a drain, which is probably not a great idea, but when it comes to I hate this substance and I don't fucking need it, that is gonna help us out a lot. Because sulfuric acid is only slightly bad for the environment, I'm gonna say that for sure. If you don't care about your environment, you don't care what fucking sulfuric acid you use. Everybody understand? Comprende? So we're gonna just dump sulfuric acid on the planet because that's a wonderful idea, if I do say so myself. It's only slightly a bad idea. What about alkylation unit? What do I need for that again? I need some other shit as well. I went over the place to fucking get the shit I need. So now I don't actually have the shit on hand. That's sad. Do we have any clay? Do we have any clay? Hey, do we have any clay in one of these boxes? Bet we don't. Bet we don't have clay. It'd be kind of cool if you get clay from something that isn't just clay. I know exactly where the other box... Oh, hey. What if we just jump in the river right here? There should be clay somewhere. I'm pretty sure I'm looking at some right now. Somewhere in this river, somewhere out there is some clay. Fuck. It looks like I harvested every single bit of clay in every single direction. Vein miner and fortune, please. Thank you. Let me find some good clay in this river that I can use today to make some clay catalysts. And I think I see like the only deposit of sand at the bottom. Here we go. Now then, that everything is ready to go and done, it's time to put everything together. All the pieces of every part of the puzzle It's gonna go into one thing. The destruction of the planet Earth. And it's all super simple. We're going to dump sulfuric acid into the river and let it flow. I'm actually surprised it doesn't actually do bad things to the environment. You know how much resources and shit we just, or toxic materials we just dump? For the longest time we were just dumping shit. Sulfuric acid is like one of the things that you shouldn't be dumping. Like, why the fuck are we having so much of it that I should have to dump it? It's like such an abundant material, and yet we're still having to dump it. Or such a non-abundant material. We're having to dump it because of how much of it I produce, though. I guess I'm that good at HBM mod, but at the same time, that doesn't make any sense to have to dump that shit. It's like something you should need. I mean, we use it for so little, though. It's like impressive. The only things we could use it for are things I'm already producing, and I already have a stable supply of. It's like, what the fuck is the point? The point is to make more microchips. Microchips. Do it now, man. Microchips. Go! Execute. 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 Need more microchips, guys. Need more microchips. My gigahertz and microchips. The microchips are powered by 5 my gigahertz of energy. This is a guy I've been watching about radios, and he's like, this guy's always like so sarcastic. He's like some sarcastic dude about radios. And then in the background, there's always just like this weird picture that he puts up, just some random picture. But it's so hilarious usually. It's like something that's kind of related, and if you pay attention, he does these little jokes in his videos where he puts in he just kind of does like whatever, really. He just puts in whatever fucking weird shit in there. The guy's a fucking comedian. He was showing off this one radio, and he keeps adding in more and more pencils as he compares and contrasts the difference. And he uses the background behind it on when he displays the radio and shows it off. He puts like a Mossberg 500 shotgun blueprint behind it, or like a Sig P360 or some shit. And it's just like, what the fuck is this guy doing? This is fucking top tier comedy. The way he's doing his shit. Oh, okay, it's stainless steel. I like my stainless steel, please. This shit is super useful. Please keep it on hand. Well, that guy is a comedian. He never even blinks in his videos. Fucking comedian right there. Let me tell you. Comedian guy. Guy Nick comedian dude. Super comical, bro. That's not even English at that point. Why am I saying words that aren't even English? Bucket of alkyl bromide. What the fuck do you do with this shit? Put it in the alkylation unit. Ah. What? Wait a second. Where do you even get this? Bucket of alkyl. Is it from a planet? Fuck that shit. Okay, drainage pipe. This is the thing everybody's been waiting for. They've been waiting for me to actually defeat the Environmental Protection Agency in today's live stream. So live on YouTube, we're gonna defeat Environmental Protection Agency with one pipeline. No, this is not some kind of strategy where you use a pipeline to infiltrate enemy lines, but this is simply put a way to dump all of the sulfuric acid onto planet Earth and melt the planet so they can't even stop me. Because with no Earth, there's no Environmental Protection Agency to stop me from doing such heinous things. Where is my sulfuric acid that I need to drain, actually? Right here. Look at all the sulfuric acid in the world couldn't stop me from running this fucking machine. Except it did already. And that is sad. Sad, sad, sad. But good news is... Good news. Now, let me see exactly. Because I'm pretty sure that if I just dump it, just go dump it, like some Bogdanov guy. What the fuck? So, sulfuric acid. Can't just dump it straight away like that, you know what I mean? So even though it's a problem and causing me issues, I can't just dump it. Because if I do, what's going to happen is we're going to run out of it. So what I need is a system that tells it to dump when it's full. So when it's got more than one in there. Because it should never have more than one. We should never be storing any sulfuric acid. We should just be getting rid of that shit. And I don't think it's going to make a difference because what we have right now is just too much of it. So I think what we'll do is just set up some kind of comparator system to figure out what the fuck we're doing with that. And then work from there. I think that's a solid plan of action. Give me these comparators. Give me some redstone. I already have some. Cool. And give me a barrel capable of handling sulfuric acid. And some steel plates too. So that way we can get more chlorine gas return products. Because this is kind of, if you don't have chlorine gas going back into the system, you have an issue. If you have an issue, you have an issue. You know, we could just start up the drill. Okay, we'll start up the drill. Turn it on. Then we need an upgrade for this thing. You used to be able to stack drills on top of each other, and as long as you had power, they would just keep fucking running forever. That was the days. Back day. You used to be able to do that shit. So now, how much, what's our production looking like? What's the production looking like? Because we need to get rid of that sulfuric acid somehow. And this is the primary source of sulfuric acid right here. Is that first stage, the water stage, gets you the most sulfuric acid. Looking around, I have vitriol piping. I guess if we have too much sulfuric acid, the conveyor has to go there. What do we have in here? Not what I'm looking for. What do I have in here? Do I have any tar? I know there is tar in a box. Not too far away. But it's somewhere. I'm not remembering where it's at. I know it's probably somewhere around here somewhere. Just gotta find it. Might be on this side of the river, honestly. Oh, god dang it. We're clogged on wood oil, and it's because of... It's not what you think. Wait, we're out of steam, probably? Is this true? This is true. We are out of steam. God dang it. We're out of steam. Could just, and I got a plan. Don't worry. So I could just dump a bucket of water in there and it will work. It's okay. Do 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 da 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 water output. Cool, just how it needs to be. Now get rid of this shit before it causes issues. Yes, good. That's good. Yeah, 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 yeah. Do, 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 do. Nice. Now we're piping out all this shit. How many of these could I fucking make if I wanted to? A lot. Good. Because we're gonna need a lot of those. That's how I'm producing my graphite electrodes. And then when I produce my graphite electrodes, that is one method of getting this shit done. So the next method of getting this shit done is setting up my sulfuric acid so I can fucking get rid of it. Get rid of that shit, brother. So we're gonna set this pipe to sulfuric acid. I need a switchable pipe at this time. Something I forgot to bring with me, but it's okay. We can run over and grab one, probably. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna go ahead and run it through. No, we're gonna go ahead and put together something. No, we're gonna go find the pipes. Yes, a fluid valve, of course. Now remember, it's a redstone fluid valve because nowadays they've actually got the fluid valves named correctly. Back in the day, it used to be inverted because fuck you, the user, as in you, the user, get fucked. Our pipes will be inverted. This is like the most industrial looking shit. How the fuck does it look like this? This is fucking... This is the best, like, view of my base I think I've ever seen. It's just, this is so stupid. It's so industrial, and then you just see this shit. It's like, what the fuck? The giant soy jack billboard, and then we need to add in some more of that shit. Like, fucking put it in a background, or... No, it doesn't even need a background. It just fucking stands there, and it looks fucking good. Fucking looks goofy, though. Goofy. It's the point, though, is to make it look goofy. Now, remember, this goes into a wood block, and then it can somehow magically transport the energy. Give me this shit, bro. Nice. And with that, I now have my pipe ready to go. And this... Oh, yeah, it can connect. Perfect. That's what I'm looking for, bro. What the fuck? It's backwards? Okay, serioso. No habla español. So we're just gonna place it like this. Oh fuck. That's gonna break the wood probably. Just place it that way. Because that's where all of the sulfuric acid needs to fucking go if this shit is full. Look at all that disgusting ass sulfuric acid just disposed of in those 30 seconds right there, bro. Now this mercury, just as useless, but you know, we can fix that as well. Just by using a simple little setup right here, like so. I can dispose of that, bro. Warbringing's advancement. Oh, are you watching the previous part of the stream? Or no, you're reading the comments. Reading the chat. I talked about a lot of stuff earlier, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm making this sulfuric acid right now, and hopefully won't die to this crucible somehow. But I got a feeling that if we stand there for too long, I might just die to the crucible. Remember, safety last is my policy. You know, I can actually connect another hopper to that. Just reading the previous comments. Okay, cool. This will work, probably, I hope. Oh, holy shit, what the fuck happened? We went from having too little chlorine gas to now having too much of it in 30 seconds. I look away for 5 minutes. No, 5 seconds. And I look back and it's already maxed out on chlorine gas. Which is... we have more chlorine gas than we have of the other shit that we need. Fuck. Man, why the fuck does this have to become such an issue? It's okay. Also, I don't like how this is not the same on both of these. You can't really connect this into... like, it makes it hard to connect this shit in. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and plug it in with a cable today. Not tomorrow. Not yesterday. Today, we're gonna plug it in with a cable. Oh my gosh. Hurry up and plug it in with a cable, guys. Plug it in with a cable. What am I saying? Things get stupid very fast just by me talking for too long. But I think it's simple. Simple that I need to reevaluate what I'm doing with my time. Place this in, and I'm not really stopping until I'm done, by the way. So, we're just gonna do a simple thing called unsaturated hydrocarbons. Nice! That gives you aromatic hydrocarbons and petroleum gas, which are both pretty much useless. Petroleum gas can flow back right into this machine right here. And, of course, aromatic hydrocarbons, we all know what happens to them. They go to hell and hopefully burn there for a long time. Because I absolutely hate aromatic hydrocarbons with passion because of how useless they are. So now we have too many aromatic hydrocarbons and too few unsaturated ones. We have to figure out if there's an option. And I've looked and searched, and I'm pretty sure there isn't. But we're gonna triple, quadruple, quintuple, double, octuple check this shit because I want to make sure that we have enough. High performance solvent gets you the BTX, which is the only real shit that you can do with them. It's the only real shit you can do with them, okay? It's BTX, which gives you chlorine gas in return, but it costs you 400. Now that BTX is supposed to be able to go through a process where you can make it into, and that just gets you a little bit more aromatic hydrocarbons. But if you're able to spend those to get more, you're not getting enough yield for what it's worth. You'd just be expending HP solvent for no reason. Unless you had carbon tetrachloride, then you can't really do anything with this shit. Radiolysis for BTX? No. You're supposed to be able to take BTX and process it without carbon tetrachloride inside of a fracturing tower. That is not a thing anymore, I guess. Because you're supposed to be able to get this from BTX, okay? Reformant gas, or maybe you can turn reformant gas into BTX? No. You're supposed to be able to get this from BTX, but that's the thing, is that I'm not able to do that. So we're going to have to find an alternative method of disposal for all of my aromatic hydrocarbons. And it's already pretty obvious what I've chosen, which is to burn them in hell. Unfortunate, yes. Necessary, yes. It's unfortunate, but also necessary that we have to do such things. Now if I connect this pipe correctly, and I'm not an idiot, just go like this. Aromatic hydrocarbons. And this thing is probably already full. What did I say? Aromatic hydrocarbons are absolutely horrible and I hate them. And I'm guessing this also has too much coal gasoline. No, but it's on its way to having too much coal gasoline. And that's the thing, is that if I want to dispose or really make this process last forever, we're going to hook this to a fracking tower, which is the next phase of us making this an even better setup. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect more aromatic hydrocarbon pipes to everything. Everything that can burn fuel is going to burn aromatic hydrocarbons because of how many I'm producing. And I can produce infinitely more because the wood oil setup produces them constantly. So it doesn't matter if I use these to power the fracking towers, to power the heating ovens, to power every single machine. I will probably have so much that I cannot dispose of all of it. Now we're going to take a look up here and see exactly how much we are using, what exactly I'm able to do with these. And I'm looking at this, I'm going to say that we can probably get rid of this old school coal burning setup and just start hooking them up. Right, let me see what's going on down here. Does this boiler have what it needs as far as fuel goes? Or heat goes? It looks like it does. There we go. Disposing of those aromatic hydrocarbons in good ways. Hood ways. This is a certified hood video. This is a certified hood message. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to just take out this, and we're going to start hooking these up to pipes as well. We have 3 of these available for tasking, which are all back at the place. And that means I can use all 3 of them for diabolical purposes. It's great. It's great. You should have more of those boiler oven things, burners. Hell yeah, brother. Fluid burner, bro. ASA Industries. Send our boys to space, yo. It's all good, bro. You know, people can have natural talents for certain things. It's so interesting to me. That is interesting. I just thought of that. Because I'm thinking of Eminem for some reason. Well, I'm thinking of Eminem because I was thinking of, like, trying to make Yo and Bro go together for some reason. To make, like, some kind of rap song. And I thought of what Eminem describes in some interviews. Of how you can actually, how you can make words rhyme that don't rhyme. In other words, he postulates that you can... Well, it is a science. Music is a science. You could say anything's a science. But he postulates that you can enunciate things in certain ways, or split things up a little bit in certain ways. Nice. Time to burn all of the aromatic hydrocarbons. Because fuck that shit, brother. Fuck that shit, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Do, 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 do. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go from the ground and somehow find a way to hook in this to petroleum gas. Nice, like this. It's pretty simple. connection right there, and connect the pipe all the way down. Yeah, we can fit it in there on the surface. Yeah, we'll figure it out, guys. It's not a problem at all, I hope. Yet. What's going to be the problem is getting all of the exhaust out of every single machine and piped over to the new industrial tower. Because what I've realized is now, I have a bunch of ash pits. A thing I didn't want to make, which I can use now. So I'm able to reuse, renew, and recycle all of my components. Recycling and recycling and recycling those, pretty much. We're going to go ahead and pipe my aromatic hydrocarbons up and above the problems. The aromatic snake. Nice. And they should all have power. Aromatic hydrocarbons, aromatic hydrocarbons, and finally aromatic hydrocarbons can go there. Which means now that while we're using them for solvent... Oh, does it not connect somewhere? Is there a problem with it connecting? No, it should connect. We just need to sleep, probably. Because then the wood oil is the part that produces the most aromatic hydrocarbons. So if you go to sleep, what we should see happen is about 500,000 gallons of aromatic hydrocarbons get produced today. And that all will power everything. Because now it's all solar energy. Right? Right? Wrong. Oh, hey, it's actually working, kind of. And is it working well? Maybe. It's going up and down. It's fluctuating. But it's producing enough energy to run, which is what I need. We could have disposed of the unsaturated hydrocarbons in the same way and just ran that through everything. But instead, I'm just going to turn it into aromatic hydrocarbons to try to get that 30% of my petroleum gas turned back. So, like, I can kind of use that, I guess. I mean, it's not the most practical way of disposing of it, but it gets you 30% back. 30% is better than 20%, which we could have got through the other method of taking our aromatic hydrocarbons and turning them into... I mean, we produce enough, but the thing is that I lose out on so much HP solvent, and the cost doesn't really equate. Like, the cost is not equitable or profitable. Profitable is the word. Like, the profitability of it is decreased or diminished by the expense of using the HP solvent to do it. If it didn't involve any HP solvent, the cost would be so high, or the value would be so much higher, because then I'd be like, oh, I can get 20% returns on my aromatic hydrocarbons for free, and then I can keep recycling them until they're all turned back into petroleum gas and restart the process. But the thing is that that's not possible unless you have like unlimited HP solvent. If you had unlimited HP solvent, because you're losing out on one. I think you're losing chlorine too. I think, but that's only if you. Well, the way we're currently doing it, it's working. It doesn't matter. We don't need to continue to theorize or speculate on what actually could work. We already know what's working right now, so why would we need to figure out something new? I mean, it is good to think about, though, because realistically, we are producing a lot of materials. Like, we're producing so much stuff. So we're going to need a exhaust duct, exhaust pipe. What the fuck? They're called pipes. Or truba. Okay, so we're gonna just go ahead and connect this pipe in right here to this thing. This way we can farm this thing for all of the exhaust that it's worth. Because this produces so many thousands of gallons of exhaust, it's absolutely insane. This could all go towards a wonderful project at the end of the game. But not right now. We'll just spend all the time letting this run. Letting it run and letting it run and just let it go. Let it go and do its shit. And while it's doing, look how much, just a constant stream of exhaust. Now we can connect it into the rest of the machines. So, right there, I can start connecting it in. Nice. That is one machine connected. Another machine connected. And final machine needs to be connected. Ah, here we go. This one's actually the easiest of them. It just was pretending to be difficult. So now I should be producing like 10,000 times more steam. Or more exhaust this way. Cool. And with all of the exhaust I'm producing, how much am I getting in returns? Not anything, apparently. It's okay. We got plenty of time. Ash pit, right? Yeah, that's the ash pit. What's going on here? This guy's doing well, and his wood oil is processing to aromatic hydrocarbons, and I think we're probably gonna fill every single. If we're able to fill every single one of those, that's impressive. What am I, as far as resources are concerned? Like, what are we currently running inside of this thing? Are we currently drilling shit out of the ground? If we are, that's a okay thing. It's not a great thing, but it's okay. I think we are currently drilling shit out of the ground. I want to get some of these more advanced shits processed, so let's focus on those and then getting what we can out of that. Are we getting more nitric acid in? We need a lot more nitric acid than we currently have. That is an issue. Currently, we aren't producing enough nitric acid for the setup to sustain itself. In other words, we need to process more shit. Asbestos, but it can't do anything because it has no crate. Holy shit! Let's just make some crates and on the moon we have a storage system for all of this shit. We should just replicate what we have there and set up another storage system for all of the materials we currently produce. Well, I'm just gonna set up. I'm just gonna set up some crates and then we can move it around and shit. We're making good progress. I'm happy with what we're doing today. We're making some good progress on this. Yes. Good thing is that we've avoided a lot of the stupid ways of doing this. So it's all in the smartest ways we can possibly do shit. Oh, fuck. Don't put that in there. No. Don't put it in there. Put it in here. Where it belongs. Yep. Right in there. Cool. So we need to make a bunch of steel crates. Okay, that makes shit easier. Now that I know what I'm fucking trying to make. 7, and then this should divide down into 6. Cool, I have 6, 7. I don't know what that means, but somebody, one of my friends always says 6, 7 to me. He says it like that. Go here and put these into the setup so it actually runs, because it's not running. It's walking, and I want it to be running, you know? Soy Jack Industries can't work unless it does, and it's not. Hurry and get shit working faster, please. Please get shit working faster. At this time, what shit's fucking clogged and what shit isn't. I think, yeah, that's the only thing that's actually clogged. These guys have nitric acid. Where the fuck is the rest of the nitric acid at? Oh, I mean, it's just slow, right? Yeah, it's getting nitric acid. Just really slowly. Because we have 6 machines, and they all need nitric acid. It means I need to set up a nitric acid plant. Or some way of getting potassium nitrate for free. or niter. In human terminology, niter for free, guys. Niter for free. Okay, we're gonna throw these in here as well, because it seems like we're producing diamond powder again. Non-metal bedrock ore, which is giving me lignite. Ooh, oh my goodness. I love my lignite. Please go ahead and start the production of my lignite, please. Lignitonium. Ligma. We're making some ligma right here, bro. Some ligmatite. Hematite. Some high-performance solvent tite. Cool. Now, the high-performance solvent is a bottleneck at this time. Because we produce so much solvent, the high-performance solvent is something we have not been producing. But, fortunately for everybody watching this video, we are about to connect the final pipeline, aka pipe of greatness and pipe of hydrogen, high-performance solvent, pipe of goodness. My best friends, this pipe is finished. And now, I can show you all that we have completed the goal of today, to reinvent the wheel when it comes to industrial production for Soyjack Industries. Because now, not only am I producing more bullshit, I'm producing hella more bullshit, such that we can produce our goal of aromatic hydrocarbons, erroneously produced at Soyjack Industries. Well, I've completed more than that, but see, it's good because we're stocking up on aromatic hydrocarbons and everything. Oh shit, it's almost nighttime, which means it's time to take a nap so we don't fucking fall in that hole and die. Oh my god. Mainly so that way we can continue the production of wood oil, because it only works in the day. And if we look at it, holy shit. We are producing a ton. I didn't realize how much we're producing right now, but that's a ton of what I was looking for. I don't know how this works, but it works somehow, and I don't know what it does. I just know that it does something. I can't even remember how the fuck this shit processes things. It apparently works through some means that I don't even know. Please hurry up and make more of that faster. Okay, and then we're also running the materials in the bottom. So we're making more hydrogen as well. That hydrogen is valuable for this setup here. And this thing doesn't really do anything unless... Hold on. Yeah, nothing makes it to the end usually, because it all bottlenecks it around HP solvent, right? Yeah. And I just set this to aromatic hydrocarbons because I'm a fucking idiot. So high performance solvents. What the fuck? It's not high performance solvent enough? Is it not high performance enough? Come on, do it. There we go. Nice. And that should reinitiate the process of this thing running, which in turn gets us like 3 times more of the stuff out. And now we are looking at this getting done. It's sending out materials to here, destroying those to here. Linux distro. And that's going to do great stuff. It's going to do great stuff, guys. And so with these running and those running, I just need to figure out how we can unlimitedly produce nitric acid, because that's going to stop me for long-term production goals. But otherwise, we're doing fine. And asbestos production is another big problem. But these guys need to actually be sent out and exported. So any asbestos we have, we just kind of can dump over here. We're going to have a sorting setup and everything. But it does work for asbestos. If I have just a crate of asbestos, I can just drop it off and it does its shit. Additionally, we're looking at how much production is going on. Heavy oil is clogging up again because heavy oil is stopped at its industrial oil, and that's because of petroleum gas not doing what it needs to be doing. Okay, this is good information because I totally forgot to think about this for 5 seconds. But it's okay, it's been 10, so I remember to think about it. And this needs to be petroleum gas. Because that shit needs to be disposed of as well. Congratulations, guys, this shit is now working at full capacity to make even more of the wonderful and glorious HP solvent. A material so valuable that it just is fucking absolute dog shit to make. Now remember, if this has too much sulfuric acid, it's just going to pour that shit out. Because fuck you. What are we doing as far as nitric acid? Where the fuck do we get our nitric acid from primarily? Is it this here? Which is mercury is the primary factor in that. Okay. Ore slop. So I need to produce more ore slop. How do I produce that? How do I speed up the... Is this guy even running? Oh yeah, he is. Because that is like the primary method. How can I make more nitric acid then? If we need more nitric acid for this setup, we're going to need to do some stuff. Primarily combined water and ammonia. Ammonia is made by cryogenic distillation. No, it's just made from water and liquid nitrogen made from atmospheric cryogenic distillation. Now, cryogenic distillation gets you all of this shit that's on Erlem. But on Earth, compressed air gets you krypton, liquid nitrogen, liquid oxygen. So we need liquid nitrogen, liquid oxygen, krypton, and carbon dioxide. Which, most of that is stuff you don't need, but what you do need is the liquid nitrogen part. That liquid nitrogen part is key for making more nitric acid, because you combine that with water, and apparently it makes ammonia, and then you combine the ammonia with water, and apparently it does some shit too. So, we need both of those, and we can actually automate nitric acid production. So we're going to go ahead and make a cryogenic distillation machine. Before I end today's episode, I want to get that at least sorted. Because nitric acid is one of these expensive materials that it takes so much time and effort to produce. But it could be reduced down to simplicity, and atmospheric distillation does that for me. So here's my cryogenic distillation setup. And it looks pretty diabolical. Pretty painful to make, but don't worry. It is just 2 cast steel plates, apparently. Oh my god. I thought this would be harder. I thought this would be way harder. Thought that it would be difficult. Well, there's going to be at least one circuit in this that could change it. No, there's not even a circuit in there. How the heck do you make something so easy to make this time, when it's usually something that's going to be hard? Now, I'm guessing it's the cast, or no, it's 12 stainless steel plates as well. Wow. 12 stainless steel plates. We're going to grab some polymer and throw it in there too. I think the chemical plants will be more effort to produce than this. I don't remember what else it needs, but I know that it needs polymer, so... But we also need 2 chemical plants in addition. Or... Oh, okay. The other part that's annoying is probably that. Cool. Give me this shit. I think it's an energy storage block that it needs. And one, or a stack of coils. Which we have some of them. Okay, hopefully it's no more than 4. It's probably 8 coils, and that's the number. Holy shit, it's only 4 copper coils, guys. Okay, 1 machine done, 10 to fucking go. Well, 2 to go. And that will be the chemical plant, which we can start preparing resources while we wait on that shit to be done. So chemical plant is going to cost us a few little things here and there. Notably that we're going to need steel ingots going into the copper. Pipes, okay, cool. So steel, copper pipes, and then the analog circuit board. Something absolutely painful. We should have a few of them here, right? Right? Well, if you don't have them, here's what you can do to make them. Take these and put these inside of the thing over there, and it will just make them for you. Don't worry, because it's okay. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Now that's going to make a couple analog circuit boards for me, and that's what I need, analog circuit boards. Also here I'm going to place in my wonderful box, or wonderful circuits and shit that I do not need, so remember that they're here for me. Actually, I'm going to place them in a place that's more memorable than that, because I think it makes more sense to put them in the boxes where they belong. Boxopolis. Okay. Remember, we need 16 steel. We're going to need motors. We're going to need tungsten wires wrapped around iron ingots to make coils, and it will be done. That is when it's done, is when I have achieved all of those tasks. Remember, it is not hard to do this. 16 of these. I believe it's 16, but I'm not actually sure. I'm just throwing out a number that makes the most sense. Usually it's 16 or 8 or something along those lines. Now we have our circuit boards done. We need copper pipes, and it's 8 per each. So 8 will cost you 24. And that will be 48 total. And that's done. Cool. Now type in pipes. I'm pretty sure it costs you... Yeah, I got it right. All that's left is steel, and I have a stack of steel I can just throw right in there. So look at this. Chemical plant is really easy today. Literally have everything done already. Oh, except for the insulators. Good news, guys. I can grab some asbestos from a box not so far from me. And just use this for my insulators. Save myself all of that running back and forth, am I right? Perfect. That is good, because that is now 2 chemical plants done, and I am done for pretty much today. Once I have these installed and set up, we are now running the nitric acid production, which should then in turn be the final component. I'll let it produce 3, I don't really care. Apparently I've got enough to produce a lot of these chemical plants. It's producing 4. Oops, I might have accidentally doubled the recipe. That was an accident, I swear. I did not intend to double that. But it's okay, because we can just double down on it and accept the fact that we doubled it. There's one other machine we need today, I think, to actually get the air into this thing. See, just having a cryogenic distillation machine isn't enough, because you now need to add in the capability to actually get air into the machine. So that means that everything is not okay. We're going to turn this off. We're going to go ahead and set up the next nitric acid setup. How do we get air? Do we have an air production here? Well, good news, guys, because this thing, we don't need oxygen. So that's a good thing that we have this here. We can dispose of all of the liquid oxygen we can produce here right in this thing, okay? So, oxygen. We have power, and then we also need a cable to produce air for it. Yeah, this is pretty great. Pretty great, I do say so myself. And then we have the 2 chem plants we add into that. So the 2 chem plants handle the ammonia to the next step of the process, which is really simple. You just take ammonia and put it in nitric acid. This is actually a real world process, but this is not the same as it is here. See, in the real world, the ammonia to nitric acid process involves the Oswald process, which means you need to make nitric oxide first. Then that is dissolved in water. So how you do that is by combusting ammonia over a platinum catalyst. That is the key part of that. That is required to actually make it happen. Compressed air now? Oh my god. We need a compressor and air. I'm not even sure how we can get air into this thing. Also, we now have the liquid nitrogen, which is going to come out of here. And the krypton and carbon dioxide are both pretty much disposable and useless. So I'm going to just send carbon dioxide and krypton into the atmosphere. Even though that doesn't sound bad. I mean, they're already in the atmosphere apparently, so... Hey, it's good stuff that we can do all this cryogenic distillation. Okay, we're going to go ahead and... Chem plant 1. Alright, so... Set this one to nitric acid... Or, nitrogen. I think it's, How the fuck is nitrogen not, like, the first thing in there? Nitrogen, and that is the first step. The second step is to... So, in this first step, what we do is we take this nitrogen, and I think we put it into water, which makes ammonia. That's not how that works in reality, but hey, nitrogen and water is going to make ammonia. And then water, and this is not how this works. This doesn't make sense, but apparently it is. So we're gonna just set up 2 of these guys, because that's how you make water, or I mean ammonia or nitric acid from. No, you need to do the Oswald process. It needs to be Oswald process. Mr. James 2H, you suck. Never met anybody who sucks so bad. I'm joking. This mod is genuinely good. This fork is genuinely a good fork of the HBM mod. It's the only good fork of HBM mod. There's no other fork of HBM mod that's gonna be as good as space. It didn't even start out with space in mind, did it? It just kind of popped up one day and I saw an alkylation unit and said, huh. That's okay. That's... What's the point? And then it turned into space, and then people were like, man, you should play Space Fork. But it's important to remember where we came from. Space Fork wasn't always Space Fork. It was just James 2H Fork, where you have blood in your fusion reactor, and it works somehow. But it's that was a magical age. Magical age of it. Water. This pipe needs to be for water. And that will take the water all the way to the end of this setup, where I can then install it right there. I think, how much water are we using even? Like, this is a good question, is like, how much water do we expend in this setup? Because I actually have no clue. I'm assuming it's a lot. Well, that gives you nitric acid. So this next one needs to be the nitric acid from ammonia. And that then gives you the next step. So the next step, we need to get rid of these krypton and that we need compressed air. So I need an air compressor or something. So if I look, there is a air intake, there is a air vent. None of those things really sounds like what I need. What about an atmospheric condenser? Ah, compressor. Congratulations, guys. It is very, very simple to make. And it is made on the anvil. And it uses a titanium steam turbine blade, concrete, stainless steel, and a steel shell. 4 of them. So, this is a little bit expensive if you're not able to make the titanium blades. However, that shouldn't be hard. I think that's the most expensive piece of this. I don't need titanium often, but when I do, it's usually a bad thing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to run all the way over to here. I'm going to grab the titanium out of the ground. I'm going to grab some fucking titanium somewhere in these boxes. We're going to smelt that shit down into ingots. I only need 24 titanium. Do we even have titanium? We probably have it back there, don't we? No, we don't. We have some here. This is good. Okay. And then the other thing. 12. No, 4 stainless steel. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 steel shells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I need 6 more plates. One, 2. And finally, we have completed the tasks at hand. The mission is done. Comrades, we have finished a great step for space people kind. Shell. Do I have concrete somewhere? Probably not, but I hope I fucking do. That shit's fucking expensive, bro. If I had concrete, it'd be in a box near you. Maybe this one? No. Fuck no, it's not in there. Oh, it's in my inventory. Perfect. Just where it needs to be. It leaves the final piece of it just being making these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that's what I need. Oh. Yes, good. Okay, cool. I did the math correct. The math was right. It gave me what I need. So don't complain, guys. The math, the mission, and the dudes. All the numbers you need to know. And I believe what goes on the inside is just a steel ingot. With titanium, it's a high-speed steel ingot, right? No, it's just regular steel ingot. Fuck. The fuck? It's just a regular steel ingot, bro. Regular ass steel ingot. The fuck, dude? Why isn't it so fucking easy to make this shit? If we look, we have the atmospheric air compressor now, which is a wonderful machine that is probably super giant. Or is it? Oh, it gives you compressed air really fast. I thought I'd have to at least do another step. Oh, before we go, that reminds me, one other thing to do with this setup is dispose of all of the stupid pollutants that we accumulate by virtue of doing it. Essentially, what I'm saying is as simple as, let's go ahead and do 12 of these, wrap them up into the steel tanks, and now I have my steel drainage pipes. This core component is critical in destroying the environment and defeating the Environmental Protection Agency and all of their goals to thwart soy jack industries. Even though we're complying somehow. We're EPA compliant, guys. We're complying with the EPA policies on exhaust, but that's it. Exhaust, but not stupid materials. It'd be cool if we could just dispose of the gases through other methods. Does this work? So we need one for krypton and one for carbon dioxide. CO2. We'll find out if this works in like 30 seconds. For now, the question is, holy shit, it's working. The fuck? Oh shit. What the fuck? I just look and there's a fucking cloud of exhaust. Krypton and carbon dioxide are just getting shot out the back of the machine. Holy shit, dudes. Yeah, this is a very great moment for mankind. The soy jack industries is finally working its best life. Some may say it's a tornado. Others may say they see it as beautiful, beautiful industry. And I say, this is fucking hell. What is on the bottom of that? I'm guessing it's a rainbow dick or something. I can't tell, but it's definitely a something. Definitely something's on the bottom of that. Bro, that shit looks like a fucking refrigerator. Just fucking hooked up to my fucking base. Why the fuck do we hook up a fucking refrigerator to the base, bro? Now we have nitric acid production, which means everything just got a little bit less expensive. So I'm making ammonia, we're making nitric acid now. And now if I go ahead and pipe into the floor, which there should be nothing in my way, and pipe a little bit more. I don't actually know where all the pipes go, but I'm assuming this one can go another block down into the floor. Ah, look at that. There's dirt. Oh, shit. Ah, I see a nitric acid pipeline. Let's go ahead and go over there and fucking set this shit in. Go here and set up our nitric acid pipeline. And it needs to go down into the floor. Nitric acid goes here, and look at that. Perfect. Right? It's nitric acid. It's not vitriol. It's not vitriol, is it? Okay, cool. Cool, because now I'm actually producing enough nitric acid to supply every single machine here. And the only question is how expensive that is, energy-wise. And I hope it's not super expensive to where it shuts everything down. Because that would be a severe problem if it did. Holy shit, we're actually running a lot of... Oh shit. Production. Oh, we're running out of solvent though. What's the problem with it? What is it doing now? Oh, it's just actually out of coal and shit. Which is a fine issue to have. I'd rather have that problem than any other problems. We could import more coal to get more of that shit out. In other news, we need an oil setup. And that's going to be me scanning for bedrock oil for like 60 years to accommodate that goal. But let's go ahead and try figuring out what I'm doing with that. Because I could set up just a regular old oil setup and dispose of natural gas via a gas flare to power the thing. That would be a good idea. Actually, let's just stay over here. We'll say that for the next episode. Because now we have most of the production done. The only thing that's going to slow me down is HP solvent. And, I mean, that's not hard to do. Hard to fix HP solvent, is it? Look at that shit. Doing some cryogenic distillation. Making some nitric orange juice. Blue Gatorade and orange Gatorade mixed together. That doesn't sound too bad, does it? Now it's all mixed and being sent out to the machines to do stuff. Quite well. Very well. It's going quite good. Now, what all is being... Oh, shit. This is getting stocked up. Cool. And now that's going to make all my other shit. Give it some time to run through those iterations of that. And then I can set up my new box to store all that. What all is getting produced here? Oh my, asbestos. Now remember, if we need to make circuits, all I need is copper and asbestos, and the copious quantities that we have makes it really easy to do. How much? So I'm wondering what the resource quantities that are actually in these are. Well, that guy's got nothing, but the other guy has a lot of something. He doesn't stop running those for some reason, which means he's got too much to actually keep up with. Odds are... yes. Okay, yeah. He just gets supplied with only these have made it through the system so far. Crystalline bedrock ore, primary fraction, higher weight, earth. And it's just getting me asbestos. But that's enough for today. We've covered